afternoon, everybody. We are in the Community Development Standing Committee meeting for July 3rd, 2018. To start off, I'd like to acknowledge that we're meeting on a traditional territory of the Squamish Nation. So do I have a mover for adoption of the agenda? It's moved by Councillor Pryor, seconded by Mayor Heinzman. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we have meetings from our June 5th meeting. Are there any errors or omissions? Seeing none, I'll take a mover and seconder for adoption of the minutes from the last meeting. Moved by Councillor Pryor, seconded by Mayor Heinzman. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, so moving along for regular business of this meeting, we'll start off with the discussion from staff on development projects prioritization application process.
I'm not sure if this was added by staff or council.
It looks new to me.
Council.
So we're here to talk about it, if you wish.
Okay. There was a staff report, though, was there not? Any crap on
Policy
that?
is attached.
No, it's just, yes, that's right.
The
It's just a
policy.
policy that's
Okay.
already been adopted.
All right. Mayor Hanson.
Yeah, we did discuss it at the last CDC meeting and put it onto a future CDC meeting. As you know, when was it? 5 or 6 months ago, we set up some criteria to prioritize developments with really purpose-built rental, affordable housing being the number one. And we also set up some green housing standards that help people jump the queue as well.
Yeah.
Now that we've adopted a step code, which has elevated the green standards to the point where it's not a huge jump to get to net zero passive house standard. So I thought it might be worth having a conversation about how that might be prioritized. And another point of conversation would be about are there other criteria that we'd like to use to help motivate some developers to bring amenities earlier in the process? And is there a way, do we want to consider how we may prioritize projects that are delivering amenities earlier? I know that we have a running policy that we give priority to institutional and educational, so things like new schools and hospital upgrades and stuff will get priority processing regardless, so we don't need to necessarily go into that realm, but wanted council to have a conversation about where we might take this priority development application policy.
Okay, Councillor Pryor.
Yeah, thanks. Well, being where we're right at where we are now, I just wanted to clear up some of the actions that go with a developer being able to speed up the project. And so, correct me if I'm wrong, so you go in and you've done the paperwork and you're allowed to speed it up, so that means you're allowed to hire a planner of your own that the district recommends, and that planner helps put it through the process faster, is that correct?
So there's two different processes. There's one which is under the policy, which is more geared towards smaller projects. So I think the policy says anything under 200 is eligible for this expedited review process. And then on the larger projects, we have used contract planners, and we are using them for waterfront landing and the golf course site and other projects. So there's kind of two streams.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the sped up process is a contract planner? Is that what it is, or what more is there?
No, so there's the policy, which is the expedited process. And then for the larger proposals, because those would take significantly more time and resources for the district to process, we have engaged a contract planner to do the work. However, it takes staff time on other departments like engineering, environment, operations, building, like, we don't have those extra resources, so just the planning phase gets expedited in a way.
Is there any way of expediting some of those other ones, like hire your own planner, hire your own engineer?
Yeah, on the larger projects, I think it's still a viable option. However, at the end of the day, I don't think those projects move any faster for the rest of the pipeline because the other departments have to feed into it as well.
Okay, I think I have a comment from CAO.
Just, I think Mr. Velaniskis clarified it, but the purpose of hiring the contractor is not necessarily to expedite the development ahead of others. It's that we don't have the staff capacity to handle something of that scale. And so the developers can choose to have contracts.
Thank you. Councillor Chappelle.
Thank you. With the green building incentives, my concern was that we still don't have policy as far as allowing developers to advertise, that we still don't have tax for outside investment. So people are advertising green building and outside investment incentives for this community for really expensive homes just because they have a little bit more insulation. So it really concerns me that projects are jumping the gun where we have high density projects that locals have bought into already that were lower cost, that may be lower cost over the long term because they're smaller projects, but those projects are being pushed down the road basically, or not getting development applications and waiting a long time and missing an entire building envelope because of that one expedited process. So we added, I don't think we realized the consequences of that.
I don't disagree. I think because we're going to step 3 across the board and then step 4 in a few years, that I think we should take another look at the step 4 requirement in the policy for expedited process.
I agree.
And just to help further the conversation, do we have a sense, does staff have a sense of this sort of the scale? So how many projects have actually qualified for this expedited approval and sort of what the nature of them was? So just to think about that, and if you don't have it right off the top of your head, I can go to further questions, bombard you further.
While he's trying to think.
While you're trying to think. I have Mayor Heinzman.
Yeah, I had forgotten that we had set a 200 unit sort of medium, small size cap, and I had forgotten about that, so I think that's worth considering if that's the right number or not, if it's actually helping us to get to where we want to get to in terms of prioritization.
Councillor Reese.
Thank you. I think one of the things that prompted this discussion was a conversation we had a few weeks ago about one development where the developer had, on another development it was involved in, had spent a significant amount of its own funds to clean up parts of the blind channel, which was certainly a benefit, I think, to the community as a whole. And whether or not that should justify that developer on another project getting some kind of expedited process. And at that time we said no because we didn't have anything in our policy around that. And so I think from my perspective this is part of the discussion around do we want to change the policy to accommodate things like that. And so generally speaking I'm happy with where the policy is now because I think it's aimed at higher building standards, which is, you know, as the step code comes in, I think is going to be less of an issue. But I think primarily it's aimed at one of our objectives, which is housing and affordable housing. And there's a benefit to the community for that. And there's a cost to the developer to provide that. But I think as a policy objective, that's justified for me, from my perspective. But allowing a developer to somehow buy a higher place in the lineup to me is wrong, and I think that's where that's quite a different thing because essentially they're just writing a check in some form to kind of jump the process, and I don't think that is a policy objective that we want to promote because it favors wealthy developers and it doesn't favor other developers who aren't able to do that or their projects don't support it. So I wouldn't want to go into that area. I know we had the discussion, we wanted to bring it back and have this conversation, but for myself, I would not be prepared to go along with that. I kind of like it where it is right now.
Councillor Pryor.
Yeah, thanks. Well, a couple things. You know, what I'm trying to track down is what extra load it's putting on staff. If a project all of a sudden goes, okay, this one we can fast track. What's the cost to staff time and all that kind of stuff. The other thing which is interesting that Doug just brought up is affordable housing. The way the affordable housing thing works, it doesn't cost the developer squat because they're buying that affordable housing through their development cost charges or their community amenities. So they're giving us community amenities in the form of affordable housing, which is the cost of that reduction in rent for 50 years. And that's what I heard at the other meeting, and I never did nail that down. And when I heard that, I thought, they're not buying affordable housing, they're just banking that money. So if you've got a block of 20 affordable housing units, and you take 300,000 of your CACs and contribute that to the affordable housing, you've just paid that reduction in rent for the next 50 years to yourself. So I mean, I wanted to bring that up and have a discussion about that sometime. But what I really want to know is what's the effect on City Hall? Like say we took Kingswood and gave it a sped up process because of the bridge and because of whatever. What added tax is that going to have on you guys?
So that project is a development permit application. And so we've recently received the application. I think if we talk specifically about that project is we have a staff person who is taking on the project who's already familiar with the zoning for the property. They did the rezoning. And so they've been assigned the application, and the application is going to start being processed imminently. So I don't know if there were any benefits to the developer to pay for a planner to do that, because the planner would have to get up to speed, and then really at that point, once the process starts, it's about, you know, going through the process, whether it's our planner or whether it's a contractor. I don't think there's going to be much difference.
Yeah.
But in terms of impact on staff, it becomes a priority. So that means that other projects that are not priorities are going to take longer to
That's what
process.
Susan said. Yeah.
Yes.
So, and then just on that first point that Councillor Pryor mentioned, I mean, if we look at the policy states that 30% of the units would have to be affordable in order to qualify under the policy. So, I mean, I suppose that the justification for that would be that typically in our CAC policy, if developers are doing it under that policy, it wouldn't lead to 30% of units. I mean, more typically it's like 10 or even lower. So I guess the idea would be that in exchange for, you know, doubling or tripling the number, then that project could go in the queue. Would that be fair to say?
Yes. But the project is quite large. It's at 290 units. So right now it wouldn't qualify for the priority process.
No, and I meant that as an aside from any other specific unit or project. Councillor Chateau.
Thanks. So the priority lineup, how about projects that have been in the hopper for years and have been going through the process with due diligence, have utilized our regular planning process, are just at their DP stage, so just require a DP and now can't get a DP because my concern is these projects a lot of them have pre-sold to locals who need housing, are expecting a certain due date, and they're losing their building season because of these priority projects that don't necessarily meet the criteria that we've set forward, like affordable housing, as Grace said. That the other thing is the speculation tax. You know, we are lacking policy to be able to implement controls on people advertising that we don't have a speculation tax here. So the possibility is that locals that are able to purchase homes, the higher price of homes because of outside advertising, and of course they're welcome to advertise wherever they want, and it's the fact that we lack the policy. It's not the fact that they're advertising, they're just advertising the incentives that we've given them. So my concern, like Councillor Pryor, is also staff resources. Hiring a planner doesn't make more resources for our staff. So overall, we want to incentivize lower income housing and rental housing. But if it's not affordable rental housing, if it's market rental housing, then that's pretty much all the projects because of financing going through. I'm wondering what happens to these long-term applications that have been in the hopper and done everything correctly, but now are being put off because of other projects.
I don't think they're being put off. There are applications that will take longer because we decided that we're going to prioritize some applications because we need housing, we need employment lands, and higher efficiency buildings. The rest of the applications are still going through the process, you know, and so like if we're talking about the Scott Crescent development, it's going through the process, it's been assigned, it's starting, it's getting processed. If we substitute our planner for a contract planner, it doesn't mean that it's going to go faster once it's in the process.
Just to add to that, I think it's getting a little confusing because we're talking one particular project which definitely doesn't meet the criteria for a few different reasons, and it's not currently considered a priority project. There's also some general statements. There absolutely is an impact. If we're saying that we're going to, one of the things that we are doing is not just parallel loading certain items, there's also expectations on turnaround time, and there's expectations that when we pick a new project out of the queue, that we're picking one of the priority projects, and it will make other projects go slower. It's a zero-sum game, and that's a decision that was made. So I don't want to give the impression that we're able to do the priority projects and do the rest, and there's no impact. That was, I think, a very conscious decision in order to encourage people to do things like market housing and employment space. Council took the decision to give them an advantage, and the message to the others are, if you put more affordable housing or more employment space in, then you also get that.
Can I just follow up on that? Sure. So my concern is green building incentives over overarching. Building a house passive makes it more expensive for the market. It doesn't really meet the needs, and if we're going to step 3, I'd like to actually remove the incentives for green building because we're moving that direction anyways. And if people choose to build passive because the market, they can charge higher for a passive home and give people the ability to save on energy in the future. I think the regular step code is going to get there anyways. But these expensive projects that are minimal and being able to jump the line is a concern to me.
And just before going for that, I didn't want to lose the point of what, as well that you know, the fact that we are not subject to the speculation tax will probably definitely give some more interest in the Squamish market from outside investors. And so for us to think about how will we still make sure that we articulate our needs, recognizing of course that speculation tax only applies to strata titled units or single family homes. It doesn't apply to purpose-built rentals, but we do need to be conscious of, you know, the crowding out effect or maybe even opportunity, right? I mean, if we have projects that otherwise wouldn't get built and we're getting some outside investment and then 50% is market rental, you know, maybe that's a net benefit for the community, you know? So I take that point that we may have that more interest there. So I have Mayor Heinzman, then Councillor Racing, Councillor Elliott.
Yeah, I haven't heard anyone disagree with the fact that we maybe shouldn't be prioritizing passive or net zero. I haven't heard, I think we all agree on that. It's gonna go there anyway, sooner rather than later, and most smart developers are gonna build good envelopes in their buildings. What I'd like for us to sort of explore more is, are the numbers that we have in our policy enough above and beyond business as usual? So if we're getting 10% anyway through processes, is 30% enough to jump it up? I think if you jump it up too far, you're not going to, the incentive doesn't work. So is 30 enough for secured affordable housing, or 50 purpose-built rental market housing? Are those numbers enough? Maybe we should look at pushing those up. I know in the past, I think Amblepath was the best example of this, is there was a system that prioritized locals purchasing the home. I think I signed off in the last covenant on that just a couple weeks ago. And that was built 12 years ago. So is there a system whereby if we can figure out how to have a locals purchasing policy? Is that something that council is interested in seeing if that's a way of prioritizing development? The challenge is that we do these rezonings today. There's no guarantees we're going to get any of those CACs, particularly if they build in rental into the project. We might not see those for 5, 10, 15 years, depending on how the market goes, depending on when they decide to build, but depending on when the development gets into the real estate scheme. So are there ways to help bring about those by, for example, take the Bosa one. They have in phase 2 the bridge across the Blind Channel. We may say, hey, that's a really, really good community amenity. How can we figure out a way to move that up in the process? And I don't know if this is the right mechanism. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But if we can somehow help to get, whether it's money, sometimes even when they pay the CAC money, it's not money up front. It's money once we sell 300 homes or once we sell 150 homes. And so we're not actually seeing any of those community amenity benefits maybe for 10, 15 years down the road. So is there a way we can help to move those up further within the phasing? And this isn't necessarily the tool that's going to make all that happen. But I think we need to start thinking about how we can help to move those things forward. Because, the Red Point, the Red Bridge is a good example.
I lost track myself.
We might not see that bridge for 5, 10 years if it's actually done it where it is within the development agreement. But if we could get that bridge and the actual trail to Valley Cliff done in the next year or two, that would be a huge benefit to the community. So I just want council to think about how do we move those things. Developers like to stagger the CACs, I get it, they bring money in so they can put money out to build these things, but is there a way we can help get these things earlier rather than later?
Councillor.
Thanks. So first of all, to Councillor Chappelle's point about pre-sales and so forth, and I can tell you it used to be when I was in practice that you could start pre-selling a project after you had quote-unquote municipal approval or evidence of municipal approval. And that's the superintendent's view of things, superintendent of real estate, and that was after third reading. However, that changed as a result of a project in Squamish before I got on council, and now you cannot pre-sell until after the development permit. I think that's still the case. So you don't find purchasers where you've gone through the process, then you can start selling. And you start selling once you get through the process. You don't sell earlier on. And some of these developments have been hanging around and they're still not built from zonings before I was on council. And a lot of that is market driven or developer driven, or there's other things happening, there's consolidations, etc. So a lot of that is developer time, and then all of a sudden everybody wants to hit the market at the same time. So it's just kind of the nature of the game. To Mayor Heinzman's point about some of these things, I mean, with the one particular project, the waterfront landing project, if you recall, we had that bridge moved from phase 4 to phase 2. And it was a bit of a stretch to do that, just because of the physical nature of the construction and when it would be able to be done, because there had to be work done on the waterfront landing side, which was all scheduled for later on in the project. So personally, I think, sometimes that'll work and sometimes that won't work. And I think that's the kind of thing that we would try to deal with, I would say, in the zoning process. And it just becomes part of the zoning or the land development agreement. And we sort it out during the zoning process when some of these things might be delivered. I take the point that with some of these projects, you know, they're not, the amenities aren't going to show up for a few years, assuming it goes ahead of a timely way, but if we can pin them down in the zoning process, maybe that works. I think the other thing that comes out of this, and it was to Councillor Pryor's point about, and we talked about it, you know, in one of our discussions we had, when you give a developer credit for sub-market housing, and then, so they get the rent, but they don't get quite all the rent, but they get a credit against amenities that they're going to pay, does it really cost them anything? And so I think that's the one we sort of have to maybe get our heads around, and do we have the right balance there? And we did talk about amenities. It's a bit of a different discussion, I grant that, but we did talk about whether or not the whole amenity contribution thing can be put aside if the developer delivers so many sub-market housing units, and whether that's really a fair exchange. So I think that is another discussion, but I think that is a point that we want to discuss. But as far as this policy goes, as I say, I'm quite happy with it. I wouldn't mess around. I think the only thing we might consider is if 30% is a sufficient threshold, or do we want to look at something that's just a little bit more sub-market oriented for priority? And I frankly don't have an opinion on that.
Councillor Elliott.
Thanks. It's been an interesting conversation, and certainly this policy has been around for 4 months. It's approved on March 6th. So to me, it doesn't really hasn't had a lot of time to actually get its legs underneath it. It would be really interesting to bring it back when its first year is up and really see the impact of how many affordable rentals came in under this program, how many green building, how many purpose-built rentals came in, and just really be able to see what's happened with it. And then also look at the rates of just overall performance in the planning department. So did it drastically impact our ability to approve development permits, and look at our statistics? So did we fall really behind sort of our trend of how long it's been taking to approve things? I think this is a really good policy. I just think 4 months isn't enough time to really decide whether it's worked or not, and we don't have a report in front of us with those numbers. But I think give it a year, and I think leaving the green building incentives in there until we move up to January 1, 2019, where we move up to our next phase of implementing the step code, it makes sense. And then after that, probably not so much. But I just would like to give this more time. And then have a more formal report brought back so we can make a rational decision based on the numbers and whether it's impacted our ability to approve other development permits.
Councillor Pryor.
Thank you. Well, the bridge, if we were talking about the bridge in the Boza project, if that was one of the bridges that was a topic, that's a DCC bylaw bridge, so there's a lot of cash we have to put into that.
Two different bridges.
No.
Yeah, there was 2 different bridges, that's why that one was a DCC one, so if we're trying to get that to the first phase,
You talking about the car bridge?
the car bridge.
Oh, I wasn't talking about,
Nothing to do with it.
Oh, okay, because I thought,
We
okay.
can build that whenever we want.
that's our project.
Yeah, well, I thought we had a little bit of negotiating to do with highways before we went on that anyway. So, then, you know, I like the affordable housing angle that we have for speeding up projects, but I am a little bit leery of the financial ramifications of it all, to whom and how it all unfolds, because it was only at the last meeting when you described how it worked that I realized that instead of paying your $300,000 in CACs, you're giving us housing. It's going to have a reduced rate, and over 50 years, you'll use up that $300,000. And so truthfully, that's the first time I really realized that. And so I thought, no wonder these guys are all going for affordable housing. I mean, it doesn't cost them anything. And if they're planning on owning blocks of them, like, oh yeah, you own the block, they have to be in blocks, we'll sell them in blocks. And it's all just like, perfect. Anyway, but I do think the process or the policy that we have, and I'll just say needs a back door. In case there's something of extraordinary benefit that we may want to push it forward, and, you know, that we don't know. And when Patty mentioned the bridge, I mean, that bridge to me, it's paramount to get the bridge in, hook up that trail to Valley Cliff, and get the kids off that steep bank. I mean, it's our trail network, it's the major artery from Valley Cliff to downtown. So then you go into Susan's point about that tax, you call that tax?
Speculation.
Yeah, speculation tax. Well, speculators are running now. They're shutting stuff down everywhere. And in my opinion, we're slowing down. House prices are going reduced. You know, some of the townhomes are still secure and because of their price point. There's young people still coming by, but single families going down. It's probably down 15% in the last 2 months. There's other stuff to follow. Now, I tried to get a mortgage the other day for something. I shouldn't say the other day, last month. A month later, I'm still going through this process because of the new rules and regulations they have in there. You know, I should have been able to phone up the bank and get the money, but no, you've got to go through a process now that it'll make a lot of people walk. I'm worried about, are these projects going to get to their second phase? Are we going to get that bridge? Are we going to hit a downswing? And 10 years from now, we'll be going, shit, we had a chance for that bridge, but we didn't get it. And, you know, I'm serious.
You just cussed in council chambers.
Oh, sorry. But
Never cussed.
But I do, I mean, anybody that watches real estate feels it coming. You talk to any realtor, talk to all the bankers, they're all saying something's coming. And interest rates are going to go up again. We're talking about another interest rate hike. We got the stuff going on with the trade war thing going on. And, 400 workers out of work last week, another 4, you know. So I say backdoor for letting some stuff go in, and I know I'm partial to it and that, but that trail going across that inlet and getting up into Valley Cliff to me is something that's viable, and it's worthy of us making happen while we got a chance.
And we do have some audience members today, so we're just going to finish a couple more comments from council, and then we'll invite folks to come up and help round out the discussion. And I have Councillor Chappelle and Councillor Elliott on the list. And before we go any further, I also just wanted to remind everybody that, of course, the policy, it's just saying the order in which we'll take the application. So, I mean, just because we take the application, it's going to go through the regular rezoning process. So if the council is unsatisfied with, the level of amenity or whatever is provided in the rezoning, council still retains the right to reject the application or to, send it on back. It's just more of that, timing kind of issue. And in my opinion, I kind of feel like we should simplify this policy. I think it should just be basically, I agree with upping the number of affordable housing percentage, and then market rental, maybe we put that up a little bit. But to me, it was the most important thing in this policy was to try to rectify the imbalance between market strata projects and purpose-built rentals or non-market rentals, which still has a significant disadvantage in the marketplace because it factors beyond our control as a municipal council. So I think that for me, and the employment space one, we can leave, that's really obvious. Energy efficiency, I'm okay to pull that. And I don't really think, there's a big equity issue with that for me. So I'm okay with pulling that. And again, I think the best way for us to get the amenities that we want is through the regular rezoning process. And what I want through every process is I want it applicants to come to us with their best project at first reading. Not this, backdoor or, oh, maybe we'll give you, like, to me, that gets very, very convoluted. I'm concerned, I appreciate the actual intent, but I'm more with Councillor Race and Councillor Chappelle that, like, I think it can get very, very messy very quickly. And perhaps to Councillor Pryor's point, I'm sure an applicant could always come back if they had sort of a master plan project with multiple phasing and revise their phase development agreement if there was, a need to do that in much the way Oceanfront does from time to time or whatever. And at that time, the council of the day could say, okay, well, there's a community amenity benefit that we want to bring faster and, there's some options there. So I don't know if we're trying to add another layer and maybe reinvent the wheel maybe a little too much, but anyway, that's my opinion on that. We'll go back to the speakers. So we have Councillor Chappelle, Councillor Elliott.
Thanks. I completely agree with all of those sentiments. I'd like to pull the green building incentives because it's pretty good the way things are. And our regular policy should be more than 10% affordable housing per unit, and then just everything goes through regular application process, and every project has an appropriate amount of affordable housing instead of incentivizing more. But the other thing I wanted to take a look at is we incentivize laneway homes with DCC removal. That's another incentive that we give. And unless we have a covenant on those laneway homes that they will be long-term rentals, we need to remove the DCC. The DCC has to be paid if it's going to be short-term rentals. Until we have a policy in place, we can't be giving incentives on laneway homes. The majority of them now there's 300 of them, and they're all being used for.
And to that end, if I recall correctly, there is a report that's going to come to council on short-term rentals, particularly.
Perfect.
That's right.
September.
Yes,
around?
we've got a couple of people working on that.
Excellent. Okay.
So
I'm happy to wait. Perfect. And that includes the amount of DCC incentives and laneway homes built. We're supposed to know.
Yeah, I think we can certainly.
Staff is
I
warned.
would give.
That's perfect.
I would like the data on how many laneway homes were built after the incentives and how much laneway homes are being used in short-term rentals.
That's it. Councillor Elliott.
Do you have any numbers today at all, Jonas, about what's gone through under this policy and what it is creating?
Sure. So just kind of trends. We have the 5 limit in the policy, and we have 5 projects. And the way we're treating them is, it doesn't matter which stage of the approval process the project is in, whether it's with planning and it's a DP, or whether it's in engineering, it's a servicing agreement. It stays in the line as something that takes up workload. So that project has to basically go through the whole process before a spot becomes available, because it's impacting somebody's workload. So in terms of trends, interestingly, with the 50% requirement for market rentals, we've got 2 projects that came in and they both went to 100%. So I think especially for larger projects, it makes sense to up that to just 100%. I don't believe we've seen any project come in that would offer 30% of affordable housing. So I would recommend not touching that just yet, seeing if any projects are able to achieve it. In terms of employment space, I don't think we've seen a project yet. And then energy efficiency, we've seen lots of interest in this area because people know that if they're applying for a DP now, by the time they get to a building permit, they're probably building for step 3 already. So I would really suggest that we take that out, because those projects will take up valuable space in the priority lineup. So like I said, we're at 5 projects right now, and that's not including those other priorities, such as the under one roof project, the development at hospital, there's a hospice building permit application. So those are those extra priorities that we also work on.
And
Sorry.
I don't want to have this backdoor thing. I mean, If you just take the Kingswood development, they came for a rezoning. I argued for affordable housing in that. No one agreed with me, but they could have put it in there and gone to the front of the line. But we didn't ask it of them. So that was their opportunity.
They were only reading something 11 minutes.
Okay, so,
So I think that I agree with Councillor Blackman-Wolf. You come with your best project, and that's what is approved, and the phasing on that.
From now on.
Absolutely.
That's fine.
You know,
Wow.
every time something comes for rezoning, they have an opportunity to put their best foot forward. And that can include affordable housing and purpose-built rental. If that's not there, and we've prioritized it, like, it's really good to hear that projects have come forward with 100% purpose-built rental. That's what we were looking for. So if that's what we want to achieve, then this policy is working. And I think that's important. That is such a scarce resource in our community, is purpose-built rental.
okay, so we're starting to coalesce, I think, something closer. And before we do that, I want to allow a question from the audience here, and comment, as they've been waiting patiently for 45 minutes while we all talk amongst
Can I just
ourselves.
ask a question on Jonas's statement there? I just want to ensure that those long-term rentals have a covenant on them for long-term rentals. What I'm hearing about is developments applying as rentals, and then as soon as they're rentals for a year, they're selling them off. So
Okay,
how
so
long is the covenant on them?
it's in perpetuity, and it does a few things. It requires that it be rental, and it also requires that there be no stratification of those units.
Excellent, thank you.
Thanks, Jason. John Noonan, Kingswood. Thank you for letting me speak. Just a quick correction on Doug's point about Kingswood's request to expedite its development permit application. It wasn't based on the goodwill that they may or may not have generated for taking out the pilings. It was based on meeting another critical need and also advancing the provision of the pedestrian bridge across the channel. So they were both related to the development, not the waterfront piling removal. And I guess what spawned our interest in the expedited process was we did put our application in on May 11th, and we were told it would probably be January before getting approval. So we looked at the different policies that you have, and we applaud. And by the way, we understand completely why it would take so long. This place is humming, and we know that the stress is on staff. So we looked at the policy, and you are attempting to meet critical needs. And our argument would be critical needs sometimes change. So even though in Kingswood's case we put our best foot forward in the rezoning process, your critical needs may change. And what we're saying is that there should be some flexibility in the policy to allow somebody to meet a critical need as it evolves to qualify for an expedited process. So in our case, we're providing housing, and that's addressing the housing shortage. It's not social housing, it's not rental housing, as you know. But the other critical need that we're meeting is we've offered to advance construction of the pedestrian bridge across the channel. And that's been in response to a lot of community input. Now, we didn't put that into phase one when we went to rezoning. It wasn't seen to be a critical need at that point. So we're just responding to critical needs as they arise. And if you're going to amend your policy, we're suggesting not a backdoor. What we're suggesting is flexibility in terms of what constitutes a critical need and how willing is somebody to meet that critical need as it comes up in return for an expedited process.
Okay, thank you for that. And Councillor Ray.
Just to clarify, because there's a whole bunch of bridges being discussed here. So, and Kingswood is involved in both projects. So with the waterfront landing bridge, there's the highway bridge going on to Pemberton Avenue. I beg your pardon, not the highway bridge, but the road bridge. And that's a DCC project, and that's actually not the developer's project. There's also a pedestrian bridge coming across to, I think it's foot of Victoria Street. But on the other Kingswood project on Scott Crescent, there's also a pedestrian bridge going across the upper line channel connecting to somewhere around Rose Park.
Correct.
So when you talk about moving ahead in the process, or in the spacing, are you talking about the upper blind channel bridge?
Yeah, I'm only talking about Red Bridge or Kingswood, not Waterfront Landing. It's the
Okay, so you're
pedestrian
talking about the
bridge.
Scott Crescent Bridge.
Correct, and at the moment, the way it's been phased, we wouldn't have to build it for 3 or 4 years. And what we're saying is we could start construction as soon as we get the DP,
Yeah.
if it were expedited.
And that's a different set of scenario because we went through the whole construction schedule with the Waterfront Landing and we tried to get it moved up even past phase 2, but we went from 4 to 2 in that discussion. But there were some construction constraints.
Well, that's, just to clarify, well, Lauren Siegel and Kingswood are partners in that, it's post as lead. So it's not a project that I'm working on.
Okay, Councillor Pryor and Mayor Heinzman, and noting the time, let's keep succinct comments.
Well, just to Karen's point on the Kingswood project, I mean, it was, when did you get the DP there? When did you bring that one forward?
May 11th.
2000,
The current DP we applied for on May 11th.
May 11th of this year.
yeah, and that was for this, the additional land, but what about the one before that?
Well, no, we rezoned in 2014, came back, got the rezoning for the small
Yeah.
motel site.
So,
The DP is for the larger project.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So, you know, it was pretty much planned by 2014. But, and I like the way he put it better as, instead of a back door, a opportunity for critical needs. So that makes a lot of sense to me. Doesn't matter what it is. So in the policy, makes total sense to have, if something comes along that we want, we should be able to not say, oh, it's not in the policy. But I guess if we're looking at project by project, you know, bigger view then.
Okay, so I have Mayor Heinzman on the list here, and I think that what we're going to probably require, and I'll entertain motions from members of council, is we should have a motion to direct staff. So because there has been a lot of discussion around the table today, and just to clarify council's intent on moving forward. Mayor Heinzman.
Yeah, I was going to offer a motion. I do think it's an interesting idea to have critical need. I think that's where it's going to be quite subjective for council or staff of the day. And fundamentally, our biggest critical need is market rental and affordable rental. So I think no matter what critical need we're meeting, we'd have some expectation of that. I would suggest, it sounds like based on Jonas's feedback, that leaving the affordable housing at 30% may be fine. Increase the market rental to 100%, and take out the energy efficient building one, because I think that's the one that could clog up the process significantly. And I do think it's worthwhile, you know, of course I start to do, well, you know, if there's 20% affordable housing and they moved up a community amenity, does that tip the balance? I've seen these things being proposed and you don't see the housing or the amenity for ever, 10, 15, 20 years. And if you can get them up in the first phase of when things are hopping, then that's the opportune moment to do it. So maybe I'll just put forward a motion right now that we direct staff to amend the policy 30% for affordable housing secured in perpetuity, 100% market rental secured in perpetuity, and 100%, that stays the same, and take
For
out.
employment space.
Yeah,
Yeah.
employment space, and take out the energy efficient buildings in the priority areas chart.
Do we have a seconder on that? Seconded by Councillor Elliott. Any question?
Well, what about the one where you were going to...
Well, I thought I was gonna make it a separate
I think
motion
there's another
because,
motion coming.
just to
Yeah.
make it nice and simple and clean.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I was going to suggest that. Do we have any discussion on the motion that's on the floor?
Well, just my gut feeling when we go 100% purpose-built rentals, we may eliminate the person that wants to sell half a building and keep half, because normally the people that are building the 100% rentals have made so much money in this town, they're going, well, let's just keep this block and we'll rent them out. So there is people that are building that can go, well, we can afford to keep half the building, but we can't afford to keep it all, we may lose some. That doesn't matter.
They can still go through the regular process.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. And on the motion, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And the two other things, I would like to explore this critical needs, and I know it's maybe a little too much for staff to sort of just think about on the spot, but, and the other thing I would like us to look at is how do we prioritize locals within and I know we did it with Ample Path, so maybe it's worthwhile looking at that again and figuring out if we can, through the development process, encourage, a certain percentage of sales to be offered first to people who are employed locally.
If I may, I think there may be, rezoning may be a better mechanism for that, because I can see a lot of,
I agree, not necessarily in this policy.
yes, but I think, yeah, there's definitely merit to it, perhaps in the rezoning process.
So, Mayor Hanson, was that a motion?
Well, I want to make it a motion. Yeah.
Do you need
I don't want to
to-
prejudge it what it might be. I just don't want to lose the idea that is there another
Okay,
bar in there that is worthwhile exploring in terms of,
okay, we'll give you a few minutes.
yeah.
Councilor Race.
Thanks. And I acted for the developer of Ample Path, and there was, it was time limited. There was a certain period of time where it could only be offered to locals who had to, with identification or some evidence, show that they were actually a resident of Squamish for a period of at least 6 months or something like that. I forget the actual details of it, but you just couldn't move up today and get in there tomorrow. And there was also a price restriction on that because it was the first small lot development. The price was set at, I think it was half of what the median was for vacant single-family lots of a full size. So there was a whole bunch of restrictions to allow that project to go through, some of which may be appropriate or not. And there was a time limit on offer to locals, and it was a few weeks, I think, after first coming out. We're not in the same market like we are right now, of course. And then after that, it just went on to the open market, but was still with the price restriction. So there's a number of factors to that. It can't, it could work. I mean, it worked for that particular development, so there are possibilities. So I would be happy to sort of consider options. If staff wants to kind of churn this around and run it through the department and see what might be feasible. My direction to staff would be to bring back options with respect to marketing to locals or something like that. Keep it general and see if you have some thoughts about that before we actually sort of get too specific in the direction.
Councilor Stahl.
Thanks. Yeah, I think that transportation, there's a lot of initiatives that also need consideration besides affordable housing. And we are at a deficit in a lot of different areas. And if there were community amenities to put into a fund for a real estate strategy or for funding for, if there was a considerable amount of community amenity contribution that would meet other needs for the community. Housing is one need, but it's by no means all our needs. And transportation, if you're adding housing to the community and you don't have appropriate transportation, it really makes for an unpleasant place to live. If you are encouraging congestion and not building transportation corridors, you still have one exit in and out of town. So I would consider other things community amenities, and as Mayor says, it would be up to council discretion. But I think there has to be some room to get this infrastructure built, not on the taxpayer's dime, but by community amenity contribution or a larger contribution by a developer.
And so just to clarify, is that specifically on, are you proposing that we specifically have something within our prioritization of applications policy on that? Okay. Councilor Elliott.
I like the direction of staff coming back with options eventually around making sure locals have access to homes first. That makes a lot of sense to me. The conversation around critical needs makes me more nervous because I think we could create a situation where every week there's a development here telling us that we've just misunderstood their critical need and that they need to go to the top of the line. I think that the place for establishing what is prioritized is in the rezoning, that you meet our critical needs, which right now are housing, and then along with that comes all of our standard active transportation expectations, which we have cooked into the OCP and our new zoning bylaw and our new subdivision control bylaw. If you miss that opportunity, you've missed that opportunity. And I'm not sure that having developers lobbying council members or figuring out a policy is going to tidy this up or make it functional. I think we could end up with a lot of dysfunction by trying to decide what is a priority or a critical need. And we had a lot of debate around that in terms of the OCP and looking at future neighborhood development. And how do you define critical needs so that it's consistent and is applied the same way when ultimately you're leaving that up to the discretion of council today? So I think having our priority policy in place, I think having a strong zoning bylaw in place, those are the things that set the standards, and we shouldn't really be allowing for a back door. And I think it is a back door. If we want to change the policy, let's change the policy if our needs change. But to me, we've got some pretty solid policy now around transportation, infrastructure, and now we've got a policy priority around housing.
Okay, Mayor Heinzman, Councillor Pryor.
I'm going to put forward a motion that staff bring back options for council to consider for priority processing of critical needs in the priority development application review policy.
Seconder on that? Seconded
And,
by-
well, there was a second part, sorry.
Oh,
And that staff bring back options for council to consider to prioritize locals in rezoning application. I can be into them separately.
Yes.
I think that's probably advised.
And this is, sorry, but is it seconded?
So
So are you
on the
separating?
first,
They're separate.
Yeah, I'll start.
so the locals thing, we're gonna do on a separate one.
So two different motions.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so we have it seconded by Councillor Chanel. On the motion, Mayor Heinzman.
Yeah, and this is, I don't think we're approving anything today, but I'd like to hear sort of some thoughts from the planning department and engineering department about what this may look like. Are there pitfalls that we could get into, like Councillor Elliott articulated? I don't see this as a massive amount of work. I think it's a bit of a brainstorm by planning and engineering to sort of look at the pros and cons of it and how it might look. But I think it's worth exploring.
Okay, Councillor Chanel.
Thanks, I agree with that, it's worth exploring. And it would be amazing if our transportation needs could be funded other than, we have a lot of critical needs, but not a lot of them are funded. So we don't have the amount of money that we need to actually address these needs. If some of these critical needs can be met by development, and in particular entrances in the town and exits and entrances to our roads or cycling, separated cycling lanes, there's a lot of needs that we can't meet because our budgets aren't large enough. So if those critical needs can be met, I would be really happy about that.
Okay,
So,
anybody else on the motion? Councillor Ricks, yes.
Yeah, thanks. So I'm not going to support this. I have a lot of reservations about introducing some uncertainty like this into our policy because from my experience with the development community, what they crave is certainty, and this is not that. The other problem is trying to work through how this might actually happen. That means every one of these things is going to come back to council for a subjective decision about whether or not this is a critical need at the moment. I mean, who else is going to decide? You could never draft a policy that would cover all the things in the future. I mean, it's just impossible. We're going to leave it to staff to decide if this is a critical need or not? I don't think so. So I think that it will come back to council every time. It will delay the process. And now we're making subjective decisions about the flavor of the day. And I just don't think that's right. I agree with Councillor Elliott. A lot of this stuff is already in our policy. It's already in our OCP. It's already in other things we do. What we're dealing with here is just a little bit of priority in the processing. We have one thing we want to concentrate on, and that's affordable housing. We start throwing a whole bunch of other things in there, that will we'll lose that one, the benefit of that one, because somebody else will have some other thing as opposed to affordable housing. So not in favor of this at all. Sorry.
Okay, I have Councillor Pryor.
Thanks. I think it's really good.
All right, Councillor Elliott.
No, I agree with that. I mean, the
I'm
one,
just kidding.
the words that I heard that stuck out were staff's opinion on this. I mean, I'd like staff to think about it, like the mayor said, because I do think when developments come forward, affordable housing, we're gonna be discussing that sometime soon, and we all of a sudden might not think that that's such a great thing based on the way we have it anyway. But I like the idea of having an opportunity. So a developer comes along and says, man, if I did this to this development, look what it would add to the community. And they talk to the planning department and find, well, this is fabulous, let's bring that forward. We might be able to put it in on this clause. And then we might be, I mean, I can't think of some of the things it might be, but it might be another bus. Because our project's out here, we'll supply another bus for so many, So I think it's and then you talk about a project bringing its best project forward in the beginning. Well, they might have something that would make it the best, but it doesn't fit that criteria. Here's a door for you, bring it through there. And, most of the policies we have, we should have an area for a variance in case you can do it better. It's not necessarily do it worse, but do it better. And yes, council would decide. So.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. I'm not going to support this motion for the reasons I said earlier, but also I look at what we laid out for staff that we wanted to accomplish before the end of this term, and it was making sure our zoning bylaw got updated, that we were starting to implement some key pieces of the OCP. And so in terms of priorities, and given that August is a month off, this is not a priority. There's not really a problem here. I think we're reaching to try and solve a problem that doesn't exist. And I think we will take our very good reputation and possibly damage it by exploring this too far, by making things really unpredictable for people. I think we have a strong zoning bylaw, it's getting better. I think we have a CAC policy that is coming together really well. And all of our master plans, I actually think we have a very predictable community, and I think this will turn things in a direction we really actually don't want to go at this stage in our development.
So how do we get the bridge? How do we get that bridge?
Wait, Councillor Pryor, if you want to speak, we can put you on the list. Okay, so I'm not going to support this motion either. I appreciate the intent of it, but I think it's, our tool for this, to address this issue, is to revise our CAC policy, which will then in turn apply to every development that comes through, rather than, one-offs with others. So I think it's just a lot cleaner and more transparent in terms of process. While I appreciate the intent, I won't support the motion. And I have Councillor Chappelle, Mayor Heintzman, and Councillor Kent.
Thank you. We set priorities all the time. It doesn't have to come back to council. We have a DCC policy. We have a massive amount of projects we have no ability to fund. So if we don't have a policy that actually lays out transportation priorities, then, and all we're asking to do is to see if it's possible. We're not saying go out and make a policy. What we are saying is that maybe there needs to be some prioritization in massive projects that will never get off the ground because we have no funding. And to say that it's all laid out, it is, but we have no ability to fund it. So we have a lot of things all laid out. Our OCP, we have a lot of things laid out, and I would agree with Councillor Bachman-Wolf about our CAC policy needing revision again, but we're at 4 years now, and it didn't get revised, and we still don't take in enough CACs or DCCs to pay these projects. So we need a prioritization list to get these projects off the ground, and if you are getting housing, rental housing, and a bridge, that could be that would be worthy of a backdoor for me, or worthy of some prioritization. And maybe it's a different sort of prioritization. Maybe it's you hire a planner and you buff up our staff and you pay into our policies so that we are not, there's lots of ways to do things. It's not all black and white. So to have some sort of way that we can pay for these projects would be really important for our community.
Mayor Heintzman.
Yeah, I don't expect this to open up a big massive door. The door I'd like to open it is, and maybe I'll ask for a friendly amendment to add the word critical infrastructure needs. This isn't for,
That was accepted by the seconder.
okay, this isn't for everything and anything. I think transportation is a priority, whether that's a key trail connector that bridges communities to transportation, industrial transportation, something or other. I think those things are worth considering if we can get them sooner rather than later. I don't want to necessarily rule out another critical infrastructure need, whether it's a pump house or something, but I think there has to be a criteria met. And I don't want to prejudge the conversation, but I see this as a very specific, narrow opening, not just sort of not defining what critical need is, but really focusing on transportation and other infrastructure needs that are there in terms of how we put it. And I don't want to prejudge it, but this isn't just open up and then council can determine what it's going to be. It's very specific, and maybe it's very specific for a list, and maybe it's, we make a list of things. If you meet this list of, anyway, I don't want to prejudge it, so I'll stop there.
Councillor Kent.
Well, I can appreciate Patty's direction on this. I think, I agree with Karen. I think that August is looming, and I think we have enough on our plates. I think critical needs can become so subjective for each and every one of us as far as what it may or may not be. And I think that may hold up things in the queue as far as the argument going on. Well, do you think it's a critical need or not? So I can't support this.
All right, Councillor Pryor and...
Yeah, well, I just want to know, I want to ask the councillors that are not supporting it, how do we get that bridge this year instead of 5 years from now? How do we get that bridge? What policy do we have to change to get that bridge now, or do we wait the 5 years? That's my question.
Pay attention to the zoning.
That was behind us.
All right, everybody.
So we don't
All
get the bridge?
Yeah,
Is that the plan? Say something.
so...
And a chance at rezoning.
So, yes, I think we've all articulated our positions on this, so unless staff has something very burning to add, no, they don't. I'm going to call the question on the motion, and would you like to read back the motion?
The council directs staff to bring back options for prioritizing critical infrastructure needs within the community for incorporation. This is the part I'm not
In the priority development application review process.
perfect. That's what I have.
Everybody catch that? All right. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Kent, Elliott, Race, Blackman, Wolf opposed. Motion fails.
Sorry, John, no bridge.
Mayor Heinzman.
I'd like staff to bring back options for council to consider prioritizing locals in rezoning applications.
I'll second that. Chair prerogative. Discussion on the motion. Councillor Chappelle.
I think restricting, you can't really tell what a local is and what isn't. There's people coming from out of town that have parents that are moving here. I think defining a local is very subjective in itself, and I really don't think that saying locals should be able to buy across the housing spectrum before people coming into town. I've met many people that have come into town and are now locals, including all of us. Imagine not being able to buy all of us, except for maybe Council Grace. But we've all been in the housing, entered the housing market and not been locals at some point. And to say that it's priority for locals is really, I think, incredibly biased and maybe even, it's not a good policy.
Okay, mover has a response. Mayor Heinzman.
Yeah, ironically, I think this is trying to address what Councillor Chappelle said in the very first statement about speculation and that type of thing. And what I'm looking for is something similar to the ample path, whereby a certain, either a certain percentage or a certain time frame to allow for people who are in the rental market here to buy into the housing market, frees up more rental. I think a lot of communities are doing this type of thing. So I'm not looking for anything beyond something that's already been done in Squamish.
So I'm going to support this motion, and I like the idea that it's a very limited scope, but it will have, it'll cover off a little part of the market that I think it's something as a council that, in communities such as ours where real estate is on a real tear right now, that is one of the things that we can do, and, will help local housing situation. Councillor Kent, Councillor Schwab.
And do we have any idea what those original parameters were for Amble Path, some of the guidelines behind that? Off the top of your
we can
head?
get it.
Not off the top of my head.
Well, I'd just like to see us use that as a template.
It's a start.
Yeah,
Councillor
good start.
Was that done through the district or was that a developer initiative?
I believe it was through the district. I just don't know any of the details of.
So I'd like to know the details before we come back with a policy. Do we, do you have to
We're asking staff to bring back
ask it?
options.
Yeah, I suspect we're not adopting policy, but we are instructing staff to spend staff time to research that, yes. That's the key. Councillor Craig.
I watched this in Horseshoe Bay when they did it in Horseshoe Bay, and, it was kind of laughed at really because, okay, you guys put your building up for sale and for 3 weeks, locals only, and in Horseshoe Bay, there wasn't a local that lived that could afford it. So it went up for sale for 3 weeks, and then it started buying. I mean, if you're talking about wasting staff's time, it's just kind of locals first, and then after this period of time, it's...
Okay, Councillor. Yes, Mayor Hinsman.
I'm not suggesting we do what Horseshoe Bay did. I'm suggesting what we did in Amble Path, which was actually very successful and actually met the goal.
Okay. So I don't want to cut off conversation, but I'm going to cut off conversation. All those in favor of the motion on the floor? Opposed? Councillor Chappelle opposed? Okay. Motion carries. All right. Thank you, everybody, for the robust discussion.
Sorry for running late.
We are a little bit behind on our agenda, so let's try and speed it up in whatever way we can. Next item on the agenda is the roundtable on development projects update. We usually start off if there's anything that staff wants to highlight for council, and then we'll move on to council specific questions.
Thank you. Apologies for the late item. Other priorities got in the way, so the list was distributed today, and it's online on the agenda now. As you can see, there's a few new projects, and I just want to highlight a couple of things that council will see in the probably somewhat near future is the carbon engineering application for a temporary use permit to move their offices across the road. Essentially, the Galbraith Road is going through that property, and so it's going to have to move all of their office building out of the way. So that's the temporary use permit because the zoning does not permit it in that area. The other highlight is 2018-32. It's one of the new files. Hunter Place, it says Newsters Plaza, but there's no such thing. It's in here, it's Nesters Plaza.
Something with that
And just a heads up to council that we've got an application for a variance permit for a dispensary at Nesters Plaza, so it'll be going into where I think the source used to be.
I think it's called Squamish Station Mall, isn't it?
You need it right.
Officially.
Masters Plaza.
Newsters Plaza, also known as.
From now on.
And then the last item I would like to highlight is down the list on page 3, 2017-67. It's the OCP amendment application for district lots 509 and 510. So we received this application last year. It was for an amendment to the OCP to allow for development on the future residential neighborhoods lands. And at that time, we checked in with council, and direction was given to hold off until we have a new OCP to consider the application, because the OCP was kind of nearing the end of it. So now that we have a new OCP, we're going to be bringing this application forward for consideration by council. I think it's on the agenda for the July committee meeting in July. So that will be initial discussion.
That committee of the whole.
Yes.
All right, council.
So the development down there, fourth one down, Scott Crescent,
Yes.
What's the timeline on that?
So normally development permits take about 6 months, 6 months to a year. It depends on the complexity and how quickly the applicants are moving with the application. We just received that application not that long ago. I think the applicant said it was May. I would have to go and confirm whether we got everything in May. But the application has been assigned, and the person that's the planner that's assigned to is going to start processing, if not this week, next week. So the timeline on it is about 6 months, and that doesn't matter whether it's a contract planner or our planner.
So let's say it started next January. And the first phase would be, how many units in the first phase?
I can't tell off the top of my head. I think the development permit, I believe, is for the whole thing.
I'm just trying to figure out, the bridge coming in the second phase would put it, I'm just trying to figure out when we're gonna get this bridge.
So my understanding is the bridge is actually at the end of phase 1, and that's what we negotiated at the rezoning
So when
stage.
phase one's sold out, then
When I think it would be tied to probably occupancy permits in phase 1.
All right, I have Councillor Race and Councillor Schwab.
Just, first of all, the carbon engineering one, when we discussed this before, it was not a TUP discussion, it was actually the whole site, or the whole operation being moved. And my recollection is that we wanted staff to go and consider what parts of the fan might be safe versus not safe now, because we don't have a barrier in place. And so, is it intended to possibly have this TUP decided before we come to that decision, or get any information on that?
So I think this is the GCI fan application for rezoning is somewhat distinct from this temporary use permit application.
Well, no, I know there's the greater GCI fan application,
No, there's the carbon engineering GCI fan application.
rezoning.
Yes. So that is on the GCI fan, and that's going through its own process. I think this is an immediate need for
I get it.
carbon engineering to move out of the way of the road construction that's going through the site. The main kind of lab area, or where the carbon capture happens, is going to stay where it is. It's all the offices moving.
Oh, I beg your pardon. So this is not going to the fan?
No.
No.
Oh,
This is just one another place.
sorry, okay. Didn't catch that part.
Councillor Schwab.
Vantage is, Vantage, were they getting a development permit application? Are they at the DP stage, or is there something else that has happened?
I believe the DP has been issued for the Vantage. I'm not sure if they met all, sorry, the DP has been approved. If they met all the conditions, then the DP has been issued. I would have to go back and check.
Thank you. They came to council.
Councillor Race.
Thanks. Another one that I didn't see on here, but do you not have an application for rezoning more or less opposite Brennan Park?
We do.
Is that on here?
It is. It's Centennial Way. It's a little bit down.
On page 3?
Yes, 2017-27. At the very bottom of page 3.
Oh, okay. Is that coming before us soon, or is that still a process?
It is. Yes, I believe it's coming this month. From the
This
council.
is July 24th on the
Okay, I didn't get to that part of the list.
anticipated first and second reading. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mayor Hanson.
Yeah, I know we do this every time just to make this a little more comprehensive. Is it possible, just because we've had this prioritization conversation, an asterisk or something beside some of these that may be prioritized?
Yes, I've highlighted them in the darker blue.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yes,
Oh, then that's good. I just have to know that it's.
I should include an explanation of what's going on.
Okay. Okay, as long as it's sort of, now I know. Excellent, thank you.
Councillor Kent.
The 38310 Buckley, DP 461, would that be the gateway?
Which number is it?
DP 461, 38310 Buckley.
Which, the project number would be the first
No,
one?
it's on, here, 2017-35, yeah.
I don't think so, because they're still at third reading, aren't they?
No, that isn't. That's, I believe that's the teardrop.
Oh, it is.
And this may be already enacted as in terms of development permit, or the development permit has been issued because some of the conditions haven't been addressed.
And my question is, how's it going there at the gateway?
There's been no movement on that application.
And my final question on my last day of council.
Councillor Pryor.
The one that was where the Hudson House was, what's that one called? Like the asphalt station on Third Avenue?
Third Avenue.
Oh, Second, one, where's that one?
What's the name of the project?
That's what I'm trying to remember. It's where the Hudson House was.
Imagine.
She was asking about.
I'm not sure something.
No, Vantage's rented office building.
Amanti, I think it's called?
Yeah, I saw it in here.
2017 is
Yeah, so I believe that project is at building permit stage.
Yeah.
They've applied for a building permit, but I don't think they've gone there yet.
Oh, okay, yeah, they applied, yeah, because I know I saw the drills in there and some test holes.
Yeah, so they have a development permit.
Yeah, so that's okay. Now, so we were talking about this earlier, so you got your development permit, you're good to go, and you go to Europe for 5 years. When you come back, you still good to go?
No, it's 2
What's
years.
that time?
Lapsed.
2 years.
2 years.
2 years to start construction. If you don't start construction, then it
And so-
lasts.
Okay, and just to start construction means put a footing in?
Yeah,
Once the footing's in, you're good to go.
yeah. And once you start the site works, essentially, start excavating. That's essentially starting construction.
So,
Mayor Hanson.
That brings up an interesting point. How do we make sure people don't just put sort of footings in just to get their DP in there, and then they sit with a site that's basically just partially started? Is there a way we, and I don't, maybe I don't expect you to answer that now, but, I don't think we want sort of a half-built site in perpetuity either, without revisiting at least some of the design elements down the road.
Unfortunately, I think the Local Government Act and then the case law around these things, essentially, once you start, there's that 2-year provision that if you don't start, it lapses, but once you start it, I think it's indefinite in terms of development permit.
Council, any other?
the one behind the chief one, the one that had the round front on it?
So they have a development permit.
Yeah.
I am not, off the top of my head, I'm not sure if they've submitted a building permit
So
application
they're
or not.
building too, they're
The chief in
Yes.
town?
behind the chief,
Oh,
that parking lot, the chief's parking lot.
which is ridiculous that we ever allowed that happen.
So I'm not sure of the status of the building permit application, but I know it's been an active site lately.
Quite a lot of them rush through the process and then do nothing.
Well, then they wait.
All right. Well, we'll move on to our next item on the agenda, which is the Raven Robin Drive planning process.
Yes. I'm just gonna put up the slide I have. So the area we refer to as Loggers East is essentially the, there we go, is essentially captured in this red outline, which stretches just north of Scott Crescent and the Blind Channel up to Centennial Way, east of Loggers Lane. It's in our official community plan, it's identified as an area that needs a neighborhood plan. And it's second in terms of priority. I think the first one is Garibaldi Estates. The composition of the area is predominantly residential. It has single-family, townhouse, some institutional development, some rural type uses like kennels, pet grooming, and industrial equipment storage. We looked at the property assessment information for the area to kind of see what the properties are currently assessed as in terms of use, and that indicates that the dominant use of this area is single detached residential. It's approximately 160 homes. It is you could kind of separate it into two areas, north of Ravens Drive and south of Ravens. North of Ravens, it's largely developed, so the CD38 zone, it's the Maples, it's all single family in here. The multiple residential 2 is the Seven Peaks development that's being currently built. And then we've got the municipal property here with the Montessori school and the forestry offices, and CD37, which is a campground, which is currently going through, there's been an application submitted for. At the same time, we've seen quite a bit of interest for individual rezonings in this area, which is south. And that's where looking at the land use is currently in existence and the layout, that there is potential for further development. So what we've been advising people in this area is that before we proceed with individual rezonings, that the area should be looked at as a whole for sub-area planning purposes. And so we've got a couple of applicants waiting essentially to see whether they should proceed with an individual rezoning or whether there should be a sub-area planning process that could potentially be funded by a number of these property owners. In terms of aspects that a neighborhood planning process would cover, would be things like stormwater management, which we know is an issue in this area given the high water table. The habitat and riparian assessments, the assessment of industrial and agricultural use feasibility, neighborhood commercial feasibility, and then looking at housing diversity and density, as well as opportunities for connectivity through the developments. Yeah, so I'm just going to open it up for council's discussion on the report.
Councilor Pryor.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think it's great, these little break off neighborhoods like this. And you know, like we did at Wilson Crescent, that's a good thing. I just drove through that little subdivision yesterday, the Hummingbird Lane.
Yes.
And we looked at the houses in there, they're just jammed in there. You barely park a car in between them. So the vision that I had, the visuals that I got when we were pulling that one through the development were certainly a lot more hippy-dippy than what's there. And so that's to those fly-arounds when the developments go in. That's why those are critical. Also in that area, the bottom half, when the survey was taken, 75% of the people there didn't want subdivisions. In the petition that they had, 75% of the landowners didn't want them. So I'm glad this is giving everybody an opportunity to come clean on what they really want. The other thing too is the agricultural, there's some agricultural land in there, and whether, I know we stopped a little lot up by the Sikh temple there for moving forward. Remember he wanted to put in, I don't know, an 8-plex or something, and we just the day before, we must have had that meeting with the agricultural land guy, giving us a pep talk on agricultural land, and then this guy came forward with the development, we turned him down because his tiny little piece was in agricultural. So I think there might be some agricultural value, if anywhere, that's some of the most arable stuff. And then the other thing is the fish bearing streams in there. So hopefully we'll iron all that out so that we can make sure we get the proper setbacks on that. Because I know the Hummingbird one there, when it went in, it pushed a little creek over to the side of their property a little bit, so.
Mayor Hanson.
Yeah, I think one of my main concerns is sort of permeability. If all these get developed in these pods, you're not going to be able to easily get from Finch to Robin. So transportation connectivity, whether it's active transportation or in particular, I think that's important as we conceive of this area. It would be interesting to preserve, I don't think any of it's an ALR, but there is arable land there. You could definitely, it's the former Mamplum River Basin. So so if there's a way to preserve some agricultural or in that area, I don't know how we would do that. Besides that, I'm looking for missing middle sort of strategies on how to keep that sort of built form in that area. And you're dealing with, so the RS1 to the east is predominantly high level. It's up the bluff, out of floodplain. So there may be a slightly different treatment for infrastructure reasons in that area. It's obviously bigger lots too. And the stuff in the valley bottom has flooding related issues. I agree, we want to keep those riparian values there as well. So I think the biggest challenge is if all these lots sort of get redeveloped individually, you're going to have a very, almost like, 20 little gated communities all beside each other without any connectivity. So I think that's going to be probably the biggest challenge. I don't know how we come up with a way to, there is a large hydro corridor. I don't know if you mentioned, I think the report mentions it.
Yes.
There's a big hydro corridor there, which neuters significant amounts of the land there. So maybe there's agricultural values there that we keep and connectivity there. Anyway, I just think those are values that we want to make sure we're embedding in this neighborhood.
Councillor Riss.
Yeah, thanks. Looking at this as a neighborhood, I tend to agree. I think the overlay of the trail and connectivity will be quite important, and that's something to kind of visualize up front so we can start extracting that on any rezonings that we need. I agree, I'm sort of of two minds of this. I mean, one is it's nice estate lots and there's sort of agricultural uses on a lot of those lots, stables, horses, kennels, etc. But I think the reality is it's also very close to the downtown area, services, recreation, and it's a classic infill site. And so it's just going to be managing that. I agree. I mean, I think this is one of those places where you can look at the whole and start thinking missing middle and different housing forms for sure, as opposed to just a sea of townhouses or something like that. So not at all looking for that. And the other thing I would try to extract is some green space out of that. And how we go about doing that, I'll leave to you, whether it's each property owner puts in a little bit or we take a slice out of some of the larger parcels or something like that. We talked about it in other parts, I think it was down in tonight's agenda on some of the zoning bylaw amendments, and thinking about little pocket parks and that kind of thing, I think is quite important. So, but I think it will evolve, and of course it's a property owner that makes the decision to rezone or not. They can just stay the way they are. So if we can sort out the traffic, sort out the trail network, and so it's a livable community, then we'll just let the market take care of itself.
Councillor Schwab.
Thank you. How many applications do we currently have in this area for changing the zoning in the R1 area?
We don't have any actual applications. We've had pre-application meetings with a number of property owners, but no real applications. And part of the reason is because we've been telling people that we need to go through more of an area planning process.
And when you mention the application is dependent on funding, what funding becomes available?
So there is a group of property owners who have expressed that they'd be willing to fund a planning exercise, sort of like Wilson Crescent, but on a larger scale, which would include, planning, engineering, environmental issues being addressed.
So that concerns me because you're being driven by an application process that's paying for something that they know what they want already. So that will drive I know that Wilson Crescent was driven by an applicant that phoned me upset because of the outcome that came out. And so I don't want it driven by the public. I think neighborhood plans need to be completely driven by neighborhoods and not by application processes. And I know we need funding for them, but we need to have a better plan. We can't just say, oh, there's a development application, we're going to do a neighborhood plan, and it somehow ends up including these application processes, and they end up doing most of the feedback in the process. So I'm not sure how we unbias the process. I agree with a lot of the comments that are made, but if those comments go against what this neighborhood, what the people paying for it are asking for, it ends up being a conundrum because you have an open discussion at council for wanting permeable surfaces and connectivity, and I know that there was supposed to be infrastructure put into some of these lots based on, that still hasn't happened with Maples, or I'm not sure, maybe it has happened. It did happen, that's excellent, like water supplies, and that there was some that were still well fed. But yeah, I just want to be cognizant of not being driven by development applications and having that bias a neighborhood planning process, because I really think it definitely did in Wilson Crescent. What do you mean you don't want rental housing? It's like, I don't want to get those phone calls. It actually inhibits my ability to be open about a neighborhood planning process.
Let me staff respond a bit.
So we do, right off the bat, clarify that going through the sub-area planning process, because the property owners are paying for it, it's not guaranteed that they're going to have entitlement to more density. But however, it only makes sense in areas where there is development potential. And so in our official community plan, it's going to identify, it's a residential area. Some of this area is already zoned RS1, and so I think we don't want to see the subdivision of those lands to just the RS1 zone. So I think there is potential, and it is close to downtown. But yes, ideally we would fund it. However, those funds are, there's other priorities that those funds are competing for. So in some cases, funding it through the property owners makes sense in that it's still a district-led process. We are still the ones who hire the planners, the engineers, environmental consultants, and they work for us. But there is that risk for the developers that they're not going to get what they want at the end of the day, going through the sub-area planning process.
There's also a risk for the public that they aren't, there's a risk for the overall public, because I think neighborhood plans should be in a community-wide process, that if it's development-led, that it's not going to be the best community-oriented process. And because you're leading it with development that is, this development needs to happen in this area, so what do you want it to look like?
So I have Councillor Kent and Mayor Heinzman on the docket. Question about what kind of costs is the developer incurring for, like, what's a typical need? Well, what's this neighborhood plan estimated to cost?
I think something like of this scale would run between $50,000 and $100,000, because we're not looking just at planning issues, we're looking at environmental and stormwater management. So it would have to be a comprehensive process.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kent.
Yeah, I was just in there the other day, and it's become quite a rabbit warren trying to get through there. And one thing I did notice was it's all single family, pretty much from what you can see. I would like to see more mixed uses of housing forms in there, definitely protecting the riparian. And to Doug's point about some green space, definitely, because all I saw, I went up Falcon Drive and turned around through there, and there was one small lot that had fences on 3 sides, and that was the only piece of green space in there. The rest was all housing. And there was a lot of development back to the east that was already occurring. So I would like to see some green space put in there, because because the houses are very close together. And the possibility maybe of a community garden or something in there as well, because that is a really good piece of land. I know it's difficult to sort of designate that, but I think if there's a good spot for it in there, that's something to consider.
Yeah, I see.
I think regardless, and my understanding is that the expectation is the people who are looking to redevelop would pay for the process, but it would be our process.
Yes.
I agree that there's always going to be a perception that it's not our process, that it's a perception, I'm not saying it's a reality, but there's a perception that the developers who are wanting to, are influencing or inputting more into this, especially because their money's paid for it. So I understand where Councillor Chavel's coming from in terms of that perception, even though I think we're saying it would be our process. It's being done because developers like to develop and would like to see it. Ideally, we would pay for this ourselves and have it completely unencumbered. But that would have to be considered in next year's budget.
Or the year after. I think our
Or the year
first
after.
priority is Garibaldi Estates. So I suspect that the first sub-area plan that the district does will be in that area, proposed in the budget, and then the council will decide.
Do we have a ton of applications in the Garibaldi Estates?
We've had some interest for sure. It's those again, there are large lots. They're in an area that's close to services.
So I just wanted to add a little bit to the conversation that hasn't been said yet, but I'm also wondering if as we do consider, a little bit torn on this because I get the sort of planning aspects that we want to have, some additional residential in close proximity, but I also don't want to lose some of the benefits of the RL1 properties that are already there. And so, not knowing exactly what kind of ownership we're talking about here, like if we're talking about 3 or 4 owners who are consolidating a significant chunk, then that sounds a lot better in terms of maybe at that point we can have a policy and still sort of maintain some of that RL1, that would be part of it. But if it is really, I don't know, there's definitely some advantages for the community in terms of, number one, having services like a dog kennel, the way it is right now, not right in a residential neighborhood, but still close. Likewise for equestrian and a few other uses, I know that, theoretically you could have that up in the valley and stuff, but having that ready access for youth and getting around on their own, or for people who don't own cars, I still think should be an important consideration, and I would favor more loading the density, sort of that RS1, if they're interested, I don't know, but kind of having it wrap around and then maybe leaving a green space, and green being an RL1 kind of pasture kind of area. Anyway, yes.
I think that's exactly it. We're not looking from a planning perspective to get rid of RL1 in that area. And those kennel services, I think, are important, as well as some of the industrial storage that's happening there. We know that we're missing that kind of dirty industrial land, and whether it's in a good location or not, I think we have to be very careful about getting rid of it. So I think we're not, absolutely, I think the density kind of discussions are in the RS1 area, maybe on some of the RL1 lots that are close to Loggers Lane, but certainly not getting rid of it.
Any other comments from council, questions?
Yeah. I don't know if this is a dumb question or not. Is there a way to do a neighborhood planning light? Where we're not necessarily prescribing a sub-area plan, but we're creating a set of goals or expectations. We have a modest public engagement, so we really get a sense of what the community is looking for without necessarily having to go into a prescriptive sub-area planning process.
Some of the...
Is that a dumb question?
No, not at all. That's kind of...
Yeah, he's not gonna say yes.
It's kind of... that's kind of what we're doing on Wilson Crescent. Is a light version of neighborhood planning. But in this area, the stormwater management and the environmental features are so important that I think it needs those extra resources to be spent on that. And then public engagement is a given. And I think something like this, an area of this size, you know, even just half of it, I think that we should certainly do it properly. So in this area, I think it would be difficult to do a very light process.
I guess I was
So
just
what I'm hearing
quite
is,
surprised
yes, it's
by that.
possible, but not advisable.
Well, maybe it's a first step, right? It just seemed like quite an expensive proposition to do a relatively small neighborhood plan. I understand the complexities of this area. So it just seemed, is there a first step we can do instead of sort of just waiting for the Highlands to go through the planning process 3 years down the road, we wait. Is there a way to get some basic principles up there sooner rather than later that we build on down in the future? But, and I don't necessarily expect an answer, but it just seems
Okay,
challenging.
Back to staff, and I have Councillor Chappelle makes on that.
Thank you. Yes, there is a way. I think the critical piece is those background studies that need to be done. That will probably be somewhat costly. But then on the land use side, I think we need something that will guide the rezoning. And so we essentially will be looking to establish kind of the housing typology, the general areas where the trail connections have to happen, and how do you deal with open spaces. So I think it won't be like a development-driven sub-area plan that basically has everything in it, because you're dealing with one property owner, and so you can negotiate the whole thing. But it'll be lighter than a development-driven sub-area plan.
Okay, Councillor Chappelle.
Thanks. Is there a way that we can, in our active transportation planning process, that, you know, my concern has always been in these neighborhood pocket zonings and putting properties together that form, as Mayor Heinzman said, gated communities, that we have some sort of overarching connectivity to when we get rezonings, that we work on our connectivity in all neighborhoods, not just in as we do our zonings, but make sure that we have connectivity and pathways between our, and active transportation routes between all these developments, like the CD38, and as Councillor Kent mentioned, making sure that we're aligning our green spaces and active transportation, because that overall, it doesn't, you know, however it ends up, we still go through rezoning processes to look at all that, but if our active transportation routes and pathways and critical connectivity is laid in stone, then as we get the applications, we can just ensure that people meet that policy, and it sort of gives us a better neighborhood planning process.
That is something that we would essentially be doing through this process.
It has to be done in each separate process instead of just.
Well, it'd be area specific to this area, right?
Yeah.
Councillor Pryor.
Yeah, and that's what I like about, that's the reason I like it, is because it's, you know, we're working through the town. And the trail connectors, you know, getting those all figured out neighborhood by neighborhood, you know, gives you the big plan. I was just thinking of the south boundary there. Why wouldn't we take it right down to the north end of the Manitoba Channel if we're going to be doing any habitat kind of? We're looking at all the habitat in there. Why wouldn't we take it right down to?
This zone, this area is kind of distinctly identified in our OCP.
Yeah.
And once you get south, it's sort of industrial lands that I don't think we should be contemplating at this time a change in. So it's a bit of a, I guess, taking the cue from the current OCP in terms of what is this neighborhood.
From an environmental standpoint, though, as far as corridors and fish habitat and connectivity, that would be part of the overall, the environmental reporting, would look at the big picture, and then zone in on the specifics to make sure that the context of this area is
Well, that's what I was hoping to say.
And it sounds like staff just wants to make it clear that the district at this time is not considering rezonings for the industrial part that is outside of the boundary. Attention to that area. So now that we've had a discussion on that, we do have a recommended motion from staff on the floor. Do I have a mover for that motion? moved by Councillor Elliott, seconded by Councillor Kent. Any further discussion on the motion? Mayor Heinzman and Councillor Schwab.
Yeah, I guess would it still come back to council depending what the funding source is?
Yes, so I think if council approves this motion and there is interest from the landowners, I think we're going to come up with a scope of the exercise, the planning exercise, and then come back to council and check in regularly as we go through the process.
As long as it's coming back to council, because I think the scope and how that is very important in this whole process, so we're not necessarily approving it today. The motion sounds like it's approving the process today.
Yes, it's asking to approve starting the process if funding becomes available.
So isn't Mayor Hanson, are you seeking to sort of amend that to say something, instead of endorse, to say that council supports starting the process?
Or I would suggest that staff, I'd almost reverse it, if funding becomes available, staff bring back a proposal for a neighborhood planning process for Roulston.
Mover and seconder accept that amendment?
Yep.
Any further discussion? Oh, sorry, yes, there was. Councillor Chappelle and Councillor Hicks.
Thank you. I think that we have set our plans already. We've given priority in our budget as far as which neighborhoods are in need of neighborhood planning, and the estates came first, and this is being pushed up because of development funding. And I can't escape the bias that provides in the planning process. I would prefer that things go through budget, and if there's other funds available, or if people want to put funds in later, but just running a process faster, it's like a backdoor to our planning process. And I really don't see that that's an appropriate thing to do, and nor a priority for staff to work on. This area is rural residential 1. If the application came forward, we would examine the benefits to the community like anything else. But to run a planning process just because somebody wants to push a development forward seems like a bit of a backdoor without any benefit to the community. So it takes time and staff resources to do this. I prefer that we go through the appropriate channels and funding methods.
So I see staff wants to speak, but I think what we're going to do, we'll go round table with discussion, and then staff can respond in summary. Councillor Race.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm also not happy with the funding idea, and I would prefer to see this funded sort of the same way that we funded the renovation of all the parks, and we just budget for one a year. It's $100,000 a year for neighborhood plans, so be it, because we've talked about instigating these things, the district taking the lead on them, and I think we should just do that and be prepared to fund it. Having said that, whether this is first, second, third, or fourth in line, I'd leave it up to staff. I mean, pressures change and needs change and so forth, so I don't have a problem with this going to second as opposed to whatever it was before. I think that's an independent decision, but I think we can fund, we'd like a developer funding the OCP. That would be a convenient source of funding, but on the other hand, that's not really where we're at. So we fund the OCP, or the larger planning issues. They can fund a planner for a specific development and rezoning and so forth on some of the larger deals. So I think I prefer to stay away from that kind of a thing, although I know how it would work and how we lead it and everything, but I still think that this should be something that we control completely. And let staff then just sort out which the priority is. Because I can see that changing from time to time, and priorities being shuffled and adjusted and so forth.
Yes, I'm actually going to speak in support of this. I think it's a very specific area. Specifically, the fact that there's already RS1 zone there. I think if this was all RL1, we might have a different conversation. But the fact that there is already that RS1 there, if you know, the developer may just decide to, you know, if they think that's gonna be a very large delay, go ahead with cookie cutter RS1 zoning, and then we'll lose out on potential benefits. So unless we as a council are prepared to today, or in the very, very near, well, today, put a moratorium on rezonings for this area, I think it's the responsible thing to do, is to say that, okay, if funding becomes available, that we run a planning process. And in my view, you know, it is very analogous to when a development applicant, such as, you know, waterfront landing, for example, hires their own, or pays for a planner to fill in because we don't have the staff capacity. I mean, in an ideal world, we would have already done a neighborhood plan for here, but, you know, I think it's a good compromise, and it will actually help us to achieve both what the applicants are potentially looking for, which is a framework, and then also what the district is looking for, which is key public realm improvements. So, I'll leave it at that. Councillor Schwab.
Thanks. We have an OCP that lays out our priorities in our areas that we want densification, and to build RS1 zoning in there right now, we'd have to meet infrastructure needs. To have a developer, I completely agree with Councillor Race on the point that we wouldn't allow a developer to run our OCP process because they wanted it to go faster. And I would also agree that if this is seeing more development pressure, I wouldn't mind seeing it come forward in the budgeting process. But to start picking neighborhoods because they have developers funding neighborhood plans is jumping a process that is already available in our regular budgeting process. That to have neighborhood plans start popping up everywhere and taking staff resources because one developer wants to see things go faster is exactly the same as what we were talking about this morning. And I want, you know, I feel the same, that I don't mind it changing places in the line if it's seeing more development pressure. But just to solely decide on its place in neighborhood planning because of development funding seems like an incredibly biased way to put forward neighborhood plans. Other neighborhoods miss out because even though they may have development applications as well, are we just going to wait for developers and have them jump the line and be neighborhood planning process as well? If Garibaldi Estates came forward with a development plan to do a neighborhood plan, that wouldn't be appropriate, nor is it appropriate to take funding from a developer, because they will stack the process. There is no doubt they will have people come together and say, you're going to miss out on having this process done. It's impossible to unbias when you're having funding coming from, you want an outcome, so you fund a process. That's a direct bias. And I don't think it's appropriate for government to allow people to jump the line like that.
Councillor Kent.
Actually, Mr. Wickham had his hand up, so like, do you want to go ahead?
Well, we were just.
Sorry, I'm not going to chair your meeting.
Yeah, well, if you want to wait, that's fine.
I can make sure. I think you might have missed him though.
Oh, no.
No, he had
We
said
were
he
just
was
going to
gonna
go
round
around for everybody and then
I
make
think
it
you're
comprehensively.
looking for a specific point to make.
Yeah. But Councillor Pryor, do you have anything else to add?
You know, we're doing these neighborhood by neighborhood. When there's pressure on them, we've got to do them. If there's nobody wants to do anything in the estates, why do that one first? I mean, we went on to Wilson Crescent because there was a bunch of people trying to nominate lots there, and we didn't know what the plan was. So we did that little exercise, and we came out with a real cool kind of trail network that's going to be planned in there, and we cleared up the idea on sidewalks. I mean, I thought it was a really good exercise. And for the reason, that's the same as I think about this area. And we'll just do one area, and as soon as it's done, we'll move on to another one and get them all done. And I think it's the right way to go.
Okay, so I have Councillor Kent, and then we're going to go to staff.
Just quickly to your point about cookie cutter, I think that if we don't take this look at it while we have the opportunity, we're going to see that exact situation happen. Because I was in there, as I said yesterday, and it's just a proliferation of all these single-family homes. And I think that at some point we might need to sort of intercede and just say, well, let's have a bit of a plan going forward so that we don't end up with just that whole area developed that way.
Staff.
Chris, would you want to?
I just wanted to start off, and I can hand over to you, that staff are very sensitive to the perception of bias, and there's some important philosophical questions, obviously, about funding levels. I do feel a bit compelled, though, to express that regardless of where the check comes from, that staff are unbiased and are trying to get the person who wrote the check the answer that they want. That the process will be a public process either way, and people will have an opportunity to speak, and there may be lobbying by people on whatever sides to get people to fill out surveys or show up at open houses, and that's part of the process, no matter how it happens. We staff certainly don't feel beholden to a check writer in any way. But that's only one small part of the conversation. The perception and sort of philosophical way that we choose which neighborhoods are done next is obviously up to council.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to say that I don't disagree with anything that's been said around the table. There are definitely benefits of having a totally independent publicly funded planning process. But as Councillor Kent put it, there are real trade-offs that, one is the single-family RS1 subdivisions, and two is having to spend resources and staff time on processing individual rezonings and kind of looking at it from scratch, whereas if we go for this planning process first, then the rezonings are going to be a lot easier to see that big picture.
Thank you. Okay, well, again, another robust discussion. I think we'll call the question. Do you want to read out the motion?
That if funding becomes available, staff bring back a proposal for a neighborhood planning process for Waters East.
For council's consideration.
For council's consideration.
Okay, you've all heard the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute recess. All right, welcome back, everybody. We're back in our Community Development Committee meeting. We are now on our regular business item number 4, 3rd Avenue Pond Remediation.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is David Roulston. I'm the Manager of Municipal Infrastructure for the district. I'm here today to seek Council's direction on a budget shortfall for off-site stormwater works related to 3rd Avenue Pond Remediation and the Squamish Helping Hands under one roof development. So some quick background on the 3rd Avenue Pond, also lovingly referred to as the Stinky Pond. Collects drainage from most of downtown. It provides treatment as well as storage in order to improve water quality that enters into the estuary, as well as to also reduce flood risk to the downtown. So the water discharges from the 3rd Avenue Pond into the Bridge Pond, which is a tidally controlled area of the Squamish estuary. So in order to improve stormwater quality within both the 3rd Avenue Pond and the Bridge Pond, the district has budgeted to install an oil grit separator in 2018, that's upstream of the pond, and also to investigate longer-term improvements in 2019. Now some quick background on the Under One Roof project. This is a project that's being funded by BC Housing and being led by the Squamish Helping Hands Society. The project will be located on district land. The project will provide housing, emergency shelter, and space for the Squamish Food Bank, as well as other community organizations. The district is going to be providing a long-term, low-cost lease, as well as funding for off-site stormwater works, and will also be waiving development fees for the project. So the project will be filling in the 3rd Avenue Pond forebay, which is highlighted in blue. This is sort of an initial stage of treatment where some of the larger sediment that is entrained in stormwater drops out. And so as a result, it's necessary to extend the storm sewer, as shown in red here, further to the east, and to construct a new forebay to the east, and also to install the already planned oil grit separator, which would be sort of at that 45-degree bend just upstream of the new forebay. The district and BC Housing have entered into a memorandum of understanding And the district committed to fund off-site stormwater works, which includes the storm sewer extension, forebay replacement, and the oil grit separator. The memorandum of understanding says that, notwithstanding the above agreed assignment of responsibilities between the district and BC Housing, the district will budget $600,000 to complete the capital works. So BC Housing has prepared a tender package for civil works for the site, which included all off-site stormwater works. And tender pricing came back at $895,000. There's also some additional fees on this project, including about $50,000 worth of consulting fees related to the storm sewer design and environmental permitting. And the district is also going to be incurring about $35,000 in Japanese knotweed disposal and treatment costs. And we're suggesting that the project also carry a $30,000 contingency for any unanticipated construction issues. So the total anticipated district costs are $1,010,000, which is compared with a 2018 budget item of $600,000. So we have about a $410,000 budget shortfall. So the project team, which is BC Housing, Squamish Helping Hand Society, and the district have to determine how to proceed with that shortfall. The project team would like to award this tender as soon as possible in order to keep moving with the project, and staff have prepared several options for council's consideration. So the first option is that council passes a motion committing in principle to fund the extra costs in 2019. BC Housing would finance the costs in the interim. BC Housing has indicated that they're amenable to this, and it does allow the project to move forward immediately. The risk is that this would be a non-binding motion, and there's a separate budget process in 2019, and it will be a future council, and they may not agree. So there is some risk to BC Housing in that option. The second option is that the district and BC Housing cost share this budget shortfall. The district portion of funding could be reallocated from existing 2018 budgets. We think we could reallocate just over $200,000 from 3 separate projects. One is the affordable rental housing construction project, which there's about $105,000 that are unspent and uncommitted this year. Another is the storm sewer inventory collection for $50,000. We've already spent $50,000. It was a $100,000 budget item. And then another is the council contingency. So BC Housing have indicated that they are willing to cost share if necessary, but they do have a finite budget for this project, and just because of the state of the marketplace right now, with contractors being very busy, they're expecting cost overruns to complete the project, and so if they're having to fund some unanticipated items, it could impact the final deliverables of the project. Option 3 is to defer works, so by either not building the forebay or not building the oil grit separator. This would mean lower water quality within 3rd Avenue Pond, and in addition to that, because DFO permitting was required to fill in the existing pond, and it was based on reinstating a new forebay and installation of oil grit separator. If we were to back away from that, it would need to be resubmitted to DFO for permitting. It may or may not receive approval, and it would certainly result in some delays. And there's also public perception, and the district has received complaints on the water quality within the 3rd Avenue Pond. So we're trying to move in the opposite direction of improving stormwater quality. The benefits of this is it does resolve the budget shortfall. Fourth option is that the district does not provide any additional funding, and BC Housing would be required to fund shortfall. The memorandum of understanding says that the district will fund the off-site stormwater works, but also that we've budgeted $600,000 to complete those works. So it's not entirely clear what happens if costs go over $600,000, so the situation that we're in. The benefits is that it resolves the district's funding shortfall, but the drawbacks are that it seems the intent of this memorandum of understanding was that the district would fund off-site works. And then again, BC Housing, they're expecting budget issues, so if they're required to provide additional funding, it could impact the final quality of the project. And the final option is that the district amend the 2018-2022 financial plan. to increase this year's budget from 600,000 to 1,010,000. The drawbacks of that are that it would require a public process, it'd be time consuming for staff, and also time consuming, that time would result in project delays. So the option summary is number 1, district commits the funding in 2019. 2, we cost share with the shortfall with BC Housing. Number 3, we defer the works. 4, we don't provide funding and BC Housing provides it. Number 5, we amend the financial plan. It's recommended to proceed with option 1, that the district commit in principle to funding the works in 2019. The district did commit in the memorandum of understanding that we would fund offsite stormwater works. BC Housing have accepted that there is some risk to this, and that a future council may not actually fund the work in 2019, although it is considered to be a relatively low risk, and it allows the project to move forward immediately. And so this is the recommendation up on the screen. And that's it for me.
Okay, thank you. I have Mayor Heinzman, then Councillor Elliott, and Councillor Brown. Councillor Hayes.
Yeah, I'm certainly open to discussing most of these. I'm not interested in deferring the work. This is work that should have been happened a long time ago. This is our infrastructure, although we are releasing the lands to be used for this. I think this is an infrastructure improvement thing. I am challenged with using council contingency this early on in the year, so that piece, if we went to option 2, although I'm leaning to option 1, council's contingency, I don't think we could even consider that until November, so just because it would eat up all of council contingency, and that this isn't necessarily what that is for, in my opinion. Now, just going back to the report, we did send out tenders for this?
Yes.
And, no, I thought it said we did.
No, BC Housing completed the formal tender process because it's specifically development related, and they tied the offsite stormwater works that is the district responsibility into their overall tender package.
So it's under a servicing agreement.
No, but in the report it says that we put out tenders, we either didn't get them back or they were really high. And then it also said BC, so we didn't send out tenders.
No, BC Housing did.
Why didn't we send out tenders separately?
Because it is, a lot of this work is directly tied to the development. And so they've been going through leading the permitting process, leading the design process, and they're wrapping in the offsite stormwater works with their on-site civil works as well. So it's basically been compiled together as a single tender package. It was thought to be an easier to coordinate process, and also potentially to receive better pricing.
I understand that, but it does minimize the amount of entities that can bid on it if it becomes one big massive project as opposed to a couple smaller ones. So, I mean, we would delay the process now to go to tender. I wish we would have gone out to tender a couple months ago on this, so we actually get some prices back. The report does say, I'm just trying to find it, I'm pretty sure I read it, that we had gone out to tender.
Yes. The BC Housing went out to tender. And there is one bid received.
It says here, the district has issued tenders this year where no tender bids have been received or prices were significantly higher than the engineer's estimates. Is that just in general? I'm just confused.
Sorry, the intent of that statement is to illustrate that this isn't that BC Housing screwed up, it isn't that the engineers screwed up.
Oh, just the general trend is everything.
We are really struggling this year, and other municipalities across the province are really struggling this year.
I read it as the district had gone out to tender, and so I was,
apologize for the clarity.
Yeah, I'm definitely leaning towards 1 or 5.
Okay, Councillor Elliott.
I know in one of the options it says using the Affordable Housing Fund as part of a solution, but it says in 2019. And so would we change our financial plan to access reserve funds this year?
So through the chair?
Sorry.
I'll speak to that if you'd like.
Ask question.
What happens when you go
Not
for
enough
popcorn?
preamble. Sorry, go ahead.
So through the chair, yes, sorry, what's happened with the financial plan is that we did have 300,000 use of the affordable housing reserve and a $300,000 expenditure for additional affordable housing items. 195,000 of that expenditure is coming for the other property that we're looking at roughly. And so that leaves about 105 that we think is unspoken for in that fund that we could put towards this. Although we have grant funding there, we don't have the expenditure authority. So either way, we would have to amend the financial plan to increase it to that level. And currently our affordable housing reserve is only at 580,000. This financial plan speaks for all of it. So although we know there probably will be some residuals coming out of this year, going into next year, that could help fund this as we go into the 2019 financial plan, right now it's the expenditure side of it that would put us on the wrong side of the financial plan.
Can I just add to that? Unfortunately, BC Housing couldn't be here today, that they wanted to attend. We had a detailed conversation with them about these options. There's a real concern about delay in the project, and there's a lot of dewatering required for this particular portion of the project. And of course, we have to move the inlet before we can fill in the forebay. So this is right on the critical path. Amending the financial plan will take time. It will take a lot of time because of the public process. It pushes well into the fall, and they'll lose a season, which affects the BC Housing's funding as well. So that's the reason that they told us that they would prefer not to do that, and instead they would incur risk just with a resolution of council adoption.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Pryor.
So how long is the bidding process for us? 2 newspapers?
I don't think there's any legislative requirements. Typically, you'd provide about 3 to 4 weeks just to allow contractors the amount of time necessary to prepare quotes and estimates.
Was it advertised in our paper, this contract?
BC Housing.
I don't know. It was the engineer was RF Binney, the local guys. It's my understanding they called around. So I don't believe that the province just screwed this up. I think there's really only one person who tries to do it.
One bid.
There was also a mandatory site meeting. 6 contractors came to the mandatory site meeting. So local contractors were certainly aware. It was posted on a public procurement website. So I think there was good awareness. I think it is largely the state of the market that resulted in one bid.
Councillor Rice.
Thank you. So I don't want to delay it either. And I can see all kinds of problems with that. Number 2 looks attractive because somebody else contributes to the shortfall, except that I think, if I read that correctly, it means that somewhere along the line something else will get cut because it's a finite budget from BC Housing. And this was fundamentally our responsibility in the deal, part of the project. So I guess 2019 makes the best sense, but who knows what the next council will think. And so I was thinking of trying to just remove some of that uncertainty. What if we sign the promissory note that has to be repaid next year, that kind of thing. So each year in budget discussions, we come up with things that basically we just don't have discretion on. Labor contracts, etc. We're contractually bound to certain things. And is it possible to contractually bind us to repay those monies out of next year's budget? So that it takes the uncertainty out of BC Housing.
Would our chief financial officer comment on
I probably should comment on that. I've been very, I've actually asked
Probably
this
with details.
question through the staff around what kind of contract BC Housing might request, and actually I think it's to our best interest that they're not requiring contract, although I totally see your point. I'm a little bit sensitive to promissory notes and things along that line because we have parameters around how we borrow money and why we borrow money. So although it's a contractual agreement, and I think probably the ministry would say, okay, we could work that out, but really it's a promissory note that really made us have an expenditure in 2018. So it still puts us on the wrong side of our financial plan from an accounting perspective. So really, if council's motivated to amend the financial plan, there's a lot of talk around the time. The concern we had was really around the funding source and being able to establish that, and also making sure that we had some public input to reprioritize this additional $400,000. So that's really why that takes a little bit of time. By the time we take into account August, we're into September, and that caused a concern in terms of timing and delay. And of course, if we decided that that funding source was more rightfully borrowing, adding it to the borrowing that we've already gone for 3rd Avenue Pond and oil grit separator, then that's an even longer process because then we also have to get through the ministry. So that's why as staff, we talked about this and just felt that if BC Housing was satisfied with the 2019 commitment to financial plan, that we should be able to make that work. We know we'll probably have some funds coming out of the affordable housing because at this point it's backstopping our potential repayment of $145,000 and an expenditure to run into that. So that just frees us up and gives us more latitude, allows us to prioritize with other things. I think we can bring an amenable option to council for 2019 that doesn't hit the tax requisition. But
So we amended the financial plan to authorize the expenditure this year. Where would the money come from?
well, that's the concern. One of the things we had talked about was borrowing would be how the rest of the project's going. The other $600,000 is being funded by borrowing, which we are just in the process of finally getting, to an AAP process. So that was my first concern, was that's the natural place for it to go. Right now, I'm a little bit worried about using the accumulated surplus. We talked about that coming out of the financial plan. We have $4.3 million worth available for all three funds as part of our working capital, and that is pretty close to our targets for that. It's not undoable. I mean, $400,000 in the big scheme of things is not the end of the world. I still do encourage council, because financial plans require a public process, that you do actually have some form of opportunity for public to respond to an additional $400,000 expenditure added to the plan. It's really council's call, but again, the legislation does require some form of public consultation to that end.
So one of the negatives of amending the financial plan is to delay that process. But on the other hand, if we told BC Housing we were going to repay them, so we're kind of combining option 5 and option 1, and we amend it. I don't know who's going to be on council next term, but I'm just assuming the worst. And no personalities in mind, but it's just sort of, what's the worst thing that can happen here is that they don't approve it in the 2019 budget. So to prevent that possibility, if we could tell BC Housing, so we go to number 1, and that allows everything to start now. But then we also go to number 5, which effectively funds it before the next council takes office. And I appreciate that's extra work. I'm just trying to get rid of some of the possible negatives of this thing.
I concur that would probably make BC Housing more comfortable. And it can be done. As long, basically we'd have to still try and get it through before October. And we still do need to find a funding source for it.
Okay. Councillor Chanel.
Is $400,000 going to complete this project? There's increasing up to $1 million for amending the financial plan at the bottom.
There's already 600.
It's already 600, so and 10. So this is, I'm totally in agreement pulling it out now. I think from our savings, it was an unexpected, it's like using your savings for exactly such an emergency, where we're spending it on infrastructure deficits that are, and I don't see any other way. I don't see putting it into the security of using our savings for that, or for the extra 410,000. I have no problem doing that. Delaying the project would not be a possibility. We have to get the project built in a whole other season. And I also agree with the public process. We have to go through some form of public process to pull that thing, so.
Okay, Councillor Elliott and the Mayor Hingsman.
So I'm fine to support number one, but I don't like the risk of not knowing what the next council will do. And so I guess my question to the CFO is, tonight we're giving readings to short-term borrowing and the alternative approval process, and could we bring forward an amended agenda that includes this amount of money?
So through the chair, no. We actually have gone through a ministerial process already to bring you that AAP at third reading, or to bring that process forward. So we've already gone through and gotten a nod from the ministry to proceed with AAP, so we would need to go back through the ministry. And the thing that will hold them up is that we don't have the borrowing in our financial plan, which they check before they approve that.
Mayor Hingsman.
Yeah, I was thinking exactly along the lines that Councillor Race was, that we move option 1. So the process is there. There's some risk for BC Housing, but in the next 3 months, essentially have basically initiate process option 5. So we do option 1 now, get the project going, and then we'll do option 5 before the end of the term, give some certainty and clarity.
And just to clarify, are you suggesting that option 5 would include borrowing or going from the Affordable Housing Reserve?
I was thinking borrowing.
Okay, just wanted to make that clear, and from my opinion, that's sort of where I was heading as well, because I think that, the stinking pond was still something that we would have to do almost anyway, and yes, there are different configurations now but in turn, it's actually maximizing the utility of the land that we own there, so, Councillor Shaw.
I was going to move that.
Yeah.
Second.
So move option 1 to start the process immediately, and that we initiate option 5, I guess in September, October.
May I just ask, for the borrowing, we would still need to go through an AAP process.
Understand.
So council is aware that that would still be into 2019 before we were able to get approval to proceed with borrowing.
But
Would it take that long?
Take it from accumulated, exactly.
Yeah, so
We can review funding options.
we
and
can't
bring back
finish the
recommendations.
AAP by October?
Well, I'd rather not delay the 600,000 we already have, ideally.
No, that's a given.
Yeah, so we would start a new process with a new bylaw, and the ministry has been particularly quick about this, and then it's 30 days thereafter, and then a question period, etc. As long as there's no public concern about it, I'm not concerned.
So I don't want to I think the intention is council wants to get it done. We don't want to interfere with the timeline. It's long overdue. We're committed to doing this project. We're trying to figure out a way to do it responsibly with our partners and pay for it in the future. If we can't get an AAP by, I guess, beginning of November or end of October, then I would say take it from accumulated surplus. So I don't know how you want me to word that motion.
So,
Through the chair, if
Yes.
I may, if you leave it with staff, we'll bring back suitable funding options. One of them may be that we recognize the grant or the donation from BC Housing on the other project. That frees up some of the Affordable Housing Reserve. And that gives us a little bit to work with there, and then we're taking less from accumulated surplus. So if you give it back to us, we'll go look at some viable financing options and come up with what we think is fastest doable.
I will move option 1, and that staff bring back a strategy to confirm that before the end of the term.
seconded by Councillor Race. And just to put a finer point on it, so if we are going to have these different options, we're going to have options around, you know, using some of affordable housing reserve, some of them not using affordable housing reserve, and like, I think it's important that we have the different options, because I'm hearing sort of a few different things on that. But what I am hearing unanimously around the table is that there's nobody dissenting around actually getting this done this year. So with that though, I will have
Was it
Councillor.
seconded?
Was seconded by Councillor Race.
Are we including the portion about option 5?
No, I think,
Just option one.
I think,
Just option
yeah, option 1, and that staff bring back a strategy to
Complete option 5.
complete,
Yeah,
might be option 5, yes, essentially it's option 5, but I don't want to define what option 5 might be, borrowing or accumulated surplus or combination of.
I think
Got it.
Melissa is probably just struggling because this resolution that's before you for option 1 is very specific that we'd be amending the 2019 to 2023 financial plan. So that's probably why she's struggling a little bit with how you'd like this resolved. So
Well, that's
perhaps
not
we
get-
can indicate that we'll be exploring the amendment of the financial plan or something along that line. So.
And staff bring back options to amend the financial plan.
The 2018 to 2022.
Okay, I have staff and then I have some councillors.
There's also, I realized, one missing recommendation from this, and that's just that this motion be ratified in tonight's.
It's in there.
At the very bottom of this particular.
It's in the report, but not in my, on
Oh, okay.
the presentation, so I
right,
just wanted to highlight that.
Tonight, you mean?
Yeah. That it be brought back to, for.
It says it right there.
July 3rd.
Excellent, I just
Last minute.
was saying it wasn't in the
Oh.
presentation.
Okay, no, that's part of my motion.
Okay, Councillor Chappelle and Councillor Race.
Thanks. When it's brought back, I'd like to understand the ramifications of borrowing as well, with interest in all the costs associated with borrowing. I definitely prefer to take it from reserve because of the borrowing, cost of borrowing and debt ceiling, so.
Councillor Race.
Yeah, I know this is going to come back to us, but I just, I'm not in favor of going to the affordable housing reserve. My first choice would be borrowing, my second choice would be accumulated surplus. But I'll leave it to staff to bring back options along these lines.
All right, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, so now we're going to move along to our final item on the agenda. Priority zoning amendments. It's the implementation, and I'll remind everyone that we do have a meeting scheduled to start at 3:30, which we will need to open if we don't terminate this meeting by 4 o'clock.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Matt Gunn.
Velaniskis.
I'm here to talk about some priority zoning bylaw updates. There's quite a few items to talk about. Essentially, our intent today is to provide feedback on a number of items that we have come to Council, to Committee of the Whole previously to talk about, and to seek input from Council as to moving forward with drafting bylaws and bringing them to Council for the adoption process or consideration of first and second reading. There's a number of proposed amendments, and I'm going to go through them. Some of them may generate some discussion and conversation, and I'll leave it up to you to let me know if you would like to talk to the items as we go through them. I've tried to put the ones that probably will generate the most conversation right up at the front, the missing middle and the university sub area, and then some of the later ones are a bit less significant. So,
Just on a matter of process, do we want to get questions for each one of these bullet points as they come up?
I think that's a good idea. Yeah, we're going to go topic by topic for this one.
Okay, yeah,
And
sounds
thanks
good.
for organizing it in that way.
Yeah,
That's good.
I'm not sure if we'll get through everything. There's quite a few criteria to talk about. And, you know, this is staff's best attempt to try and deliver some potential amendments that will address interest of council, but we are here to get input as to where you want to go with these. So the first set of proposed amendments are to enable missing middle housing forms in existing neighborhoods. The missing middle housing spectrum includes everything between single unit dwellings and mid-rise apartments. Squamish is already doing some of this quite well, including accessory dwelling units and carriage, such as carriage homes and townhouses, but there are certainly a bunch of gaps. The proposed changes that we're considering as part of this project are the ones that are most compatible with existing neighborhoods and have a level of regulatory simplicity that can be addressed in the near term. That's what we've tried to tackle. The gap we're proposing to address include 2-unit dwellings, triplexes, and cottage clusters. We've researched opportunities and best practices used in other jurisdictions and tried to bring something forward that we thought would fit into Squamish's zoning bylaw. One note on this topic from the looking around that we've done to see what's happened in other communities. Often these are kind of proposed as infill projects in other cities, and there really has been limited opportunity for public consultation in this process that we've engaged in to date. And it is difficult to determine community palatability of some of these changes. They can be controversial in other communities. So I just want to highlight that as we go through it. The first, oops. Oh yeah, so that's the end of the spectrum that we're trying to tackle with the duplexes, triplexes. Right. So the first missing middle item is in regards to 2-unit dwellings or duplexes. Currently, our zoning permits 2-unit dwellings in the RS2 zone, which interestingly generally applies to the western part of town on the west side of the highway. So downtown, Dentville, North Yards, and half of Brackendale. The RS1 zone is generally applied to areas on the east side of the highway, Ballycliffe, Estates, Highlands, and the other portion of Brackendale. We propose, as part of this missing middle change to the zoning, to rezone all RS1 properties to RS2 to broadly permit duplexes in a wider range of locations. The housing form, including setbacks and heights, would match the existing RS1 regulations, RS2 and RS1 setbacks, and pretty much all the regulations match between RS1 and RS2 aside from the permitted 2-unit dwelling. Development of 2-unit dwellings in these areas would provide a less expensive housing form in comparison to single-unit dwellings. However, it would likely increase the value of RS1 land and may instigate some redevelopment of older, less expensive single-unit dwellings. In addition, it would double the permitted density on large undeveloped properties without a discussion around CACs. And this issue will apply to all the proposed missing middle changes that we're talking about. And if that's something that council wants to be careful around, we could retain RS1 zoning on large properties to allow rezoning discussion regarding a move up to something like RS2. The next piece of this is triplexes. And as part of this, staff proposes allowing triplexes to be built on corner lots within the RS2 zone. The intention is that the same general form and massing would match single unit and 2-unit dwellings. So again, trying to keep the same housing form within the existing single unit dwelling neighborhoods, which essentially means that the dwelling units within these buildings would be smaller and thus likely more affordable. However, to allow these triplexes on the corner units or corner lots, there would be some, from a practical point of view, some regulatory changes required. One, it's likely that we'd have to reduce the exterior side yard setbacks from 7.62 to 4.57, essentially allowing a bit more breadth on the lot for construction. And likely we'd need to enable driveway access from both roads with associated updates to the subdivision regulations. In addition, we'd probably need to make some changes to the universal development permit area guidelines just to address this new housing form, and delegation of those DPAs, if we wanted to include them in the development permit area, would probably be wise to delegate to staff. So that's a question mark as to how form and character might be impacted or be addressed on these units.
So I have a list. Maybe we'll just break for a moment here.
Sure,
We've
absolutely.
covered a couple of typologies. So I have Councillor Race, Councillor Pryor, and Mayor Heintzman.
So, If you go back to the first slide,
Yes.
you know, which I know is just a schematic of
This one or this one?
one before, that one.
Yes.
So I guess my concern about this is, you know, we talk about a neighborhood having the diversity of housing. And I guess the question I have is, how big a neighborhood? And does everything necessarily have to get into every neighborhood? And we've had discussions before on sort of related topics. You know, with a 30-lot subdivision in a single-family area, would you necessarily have that instead? City of Vancouver, you know, in a neighborhood like Point Grey might aspire to do different forms of housing, but that's a big area. And not every block is going to have all of those forms. And it gets clustered around transportation corridors and things like this. So I guess I worry, and I don't have an answer, and I don't expect you necessarily to have an answer right now, is sort of what are we looking at for how many things can individual areas accommodate? Because that also sort of affects what's there right now. And the second aspect of that is it's obviously easier to start off with a vacant lot or a vacant brand new subdivision and to go back and re-engineer an existing one. Because what this does, of course, is it typically brings density. And if you take just, for example, going from RS1 to RS2, now you can double it, but now you're also allowing triplexes on corner lots in RS2. So you could have a single family lot turn into a 3-unit house. So I get the social policy objectives there, but now you've got 3 times as many cars, people, etc. And how can the neighborhood handle that? So I don't have an answer to that, and I'm not expecting maybe we'll come to one today, but I think those are the sensitivities that we're going to have to somehow deal with. If it's a brand new subdivision and we're going off and clearing land for it, you can obviously engineer all that kind of stuff into it, but to try to retrofit it, I think is my concern. And I don't know if you have 2 different policies. You know, it's almost like one for as-built and one for new and one for already built. But anyway, I'll just leave that with you.
Yeah, just to respond to that, I think that is what I think you're correct in assuming that there could be some implications of applying this across existing neighborhoods. I think there are some potential benefits, but there are some potential costs. And so it's a matter of whether or not those are benefits that council is interested in pursuing. In terms of new areas like undeveloped land that's currently zoned RS1 and that we don't want to see necessarily be all single unit development, that would be a great place to put it in. I think one of the concerns that I had, which is what I highlighted there, if we do just by right provide all of those options, there is a density implication, and you know, we may give up the opportunity to have some negotiation around CACs. And do we want to leave, you know, some discussion like set up a zone that could allow moving to these increased forms, but do we want to have discussion, is that part of a CAC negotiation with a large block that's being developed? That's a question that I can't answer, and I think is worth considering.
Councillor Pryor.
Doing our Wilson Crescent and Robin Road now, there's opportunity for this in both those locations. I really like this. To what Councillor Ray says, though, some of the neighborhoods I wouldn't want to jam stuff in if there's an empty lot that happens to be there in a already existing neighborhood with yards and there'll be kids running around playing and 3 cars parked on their carport and garage. I wouldn't want to jam something in a neighborhood like that, you know. And so when Doug was talking about that, I was thinking, well, anywhere near the hubs or in a neighborhood in transition, I could see this going in, where some of the older homes are that are getting yanked down, and we know all those neighborhoods. And I often think of the guy that was doing we had the discussion with the carriage house that needed the extra 3 feet, and he's kind of a cranky guy. And I thought, you're going to build that carriage house, buddy, and in 15 years of tearing it down, because that's going to be all amalgamated and all that stuff. So in those areas, I think this is really good. But in my neighborhood, you've got 2,500 and 35,000 square foot lots. I read this and I thought, man, I can get 4 little cabins out in my backyard. And then I thought, well, do I want to see that go through here? Maybe not. But just to go to a couple of the numbers here, so you're talking about a triplex on a corner, and then you say parcel size 12,000, 13,000 meters. That's 2 downtown lots.
That's the cottage cluster discussion.
I don't think we got to that one yet.
Oh, I thought that was, well, it's got, it says, oh, I beg your pardon.
That's
I must have been-
Hold that thought. Mayor Heinz.
Yeah, anything I know about missing middle is, which isn't a lot, is that our typical post-1950s zoning isn't gonna deliver the housing form we're trying to get. So we could rezone everything RS2 and we'll just get 100% RS2. I think what we're trying to achieve by this is mixed housing forms within relatively close proximity to each other and integrated within each other. Without specifically referencing a development, we have large-scale developments saying they're providing the missing middle, but really they're still homogenizing neighborhoods. This is single family, this is duplex, this is townhome. And really, I think what we're trying to achieve by this is more integration of it so that, you know, I think, you know, the triplex on the corners, maybe that's something, but just rezoning RS1 to RS2 is just going to take one homogenized form of housing and replace it with another homogenized form of housing, and we're trying to diversify that. So, and I don't know much about how we get to a form-based zoning, if you want to call it that, as opposed to a housing stock zoning. But I think that's the goal. And I'm not sure just simply saying make all RS1, RS2 is achieving that. And maybe it's cumulative and we need to go through all the other ones, but I think it's almost like we have to stop thinking about this is RS1, this is RS2, this is RS3, this is RM1, this is RM2, this is RM3, and go with a more density output version of it instead of a density input scenario as we evaluate these projects.
Absolutely. So in the research I've done on missing middle, the common thread is that the way that someone who's advocating for missing middle, the way to achieve that is through a form-based code. Mm-hmm. But that is a significant change to the way we do land use regulatory bylaws. And so this is an attempt to see what could be added in the short term. I have spent some time looking at, you know, what maybe implementation of a form-based code in Squamish would be like. It seems like form-based code works best where you're looking for those really walkable neighborhoods with services nearby. And I think maybe the best way to try and do that in Squamish would be to look at particular neighborhoods, pick a or a couple neighborhoods where we thought it would work best to implement a form-based code, and then try it there to see if we have a new area developing that has mixed use in it. But it's something that would be hard to retrofit across the entire community. It would be, as you know, people have discussed, perhaps something that could work in new areas. But big project and requires lots of consultation. Certainly something that'd be hard to do in the short run.
So, I'm on the list, and then we'll have Councillor Chappelle and Councillor Elliott. For me, what this was about was actually just sort of, making parity between the existing neighborhoods. And my observation is that when you go from RS1 to RS2, and even allowing for triplexes only on corner lots, that the density increase that you're gonna experience, given the predominant size of parcels, is not significant enough to trigger major infrastructure upgrades. So for example, here in Brackendale, you know, there's some transit service, but by and large, you know, the car trips are required for everyday activities. But it's an RS2 zone, and it has a mix. And the way that we ensure mixes is by allowing across the board for individual homeowners to say, okay, well, I want to put a duplex in now. They don't have to go for a big rezoning, hire consultants and do all of those things. There's some more diversity in the market there and allows for change over time on individual parcels. And I think that that's sort of what would happen. It wouldn't be like, you know, we actually kind of want to discourage consolidation of lots and this kind of thing. And you might have a couple here and there, but ideally or typically when you do consolidation, you want to go for a townhouse form or something, you know, quite a bit more dense. So that's where I was thinking, and I was thinking that that was a very easy thing that we could do, and that could be handled, provided that, you know, we have the appropriate setbacks, the appropriate, you know, minimum parcel sizes and things like that, so that, you know, if there are some, you know, abnormally small lots here and there, that no, you can't do this because your lot's just not big enough, even though it's zoned RS2, you can't do it. So that's sort of what I was thinking. I don't think. I think we might be overdoing it a bit, and I would agree that, you know, for the brand new subdivisions, my remark would be that the brand new subdivisions already have a lot of things in place around much narrower road right-of-ways and, you know, those kinds of things that maybe we don't want to give them across the board RS2 yet. But for existing areas, I think it's just kind of a no-brainer on that one, and then also allowing us to have the smaller, you know, home builders be able to participate, and that in turn can drive affordability and competition that we're not necessarily getting now because it's, you know, big development, big rezoning, big timelines. So, Councillor Schmidt.
Thank you. I would agree with those things, and looking at higher opportunity housing areas as well, where you're close to schools and close to amenities and close to jobs. And I did read the piece that Portland did. I really enjoyed looking at what they're doing, and I see the same sort of things as consolidation is a problem with the affordability, and really having these mass buyouts of all our lots because they expect consolidation to happen. As opposed to individuals thinking, you know, I want a nanny suite, or I, you know, would like to densify my lot so I can afford to stay here. Or, so an RS2 rezoning really doesn't, I don't mind that as much as some of the other amenities, some of the other rezonings or overlays. Just having duplexes pop up where there's single family homes on lots, really preventing the consolidation is. And I know in anticipation of the OCP that a lot of the downtown streets are being completely bought up, all the little cottages, all the small homes, and the prices that they're getting for their lot are like, I can't believe the prices they're getting for the lot. And it's in I'm not sure if it's anticipation of having this overlay or anticipation of just consolidation of lots. So I think if we have some policy around consolidation in some areas, that might be a way to prevent a lot of the same form of housing that the mayor brings up.
Councillor Elliott.
You can get the person too.
I like the triplex idea. I'm not keen on rezoning all RS1 properties. I would like us to try and get to a form-based code with some of our neighborhood planning. And so I think it's important that we put density where density belongs, which is around neighborhood hubs. And we don't have those all identified yet. I think that there's, I don't want to put a lot of upward pressure on single family homes. I think a lot of people still aspire to that form of housing, and until we get some neighborhoods built that show a diversity of housing forms and people can experience them, I think they're going to hold on tight to that form of housing. So I'd actually like us to not do this one right away, but give time for some of the neighborhood planning to come up, and then I would see, you know, this is the overall density we want for Loggers Lane East, or the overall density we want for Garibaldi Estates. And these are the kinds of forms of housing that would allow us to get there. And then the neighborhood can put itself together as you build up to that overall density once we've got all the throughways and transportation plans. But, then we could sort of put the forms into the neighborhoods rather than dictating that. So this one I could do away with. I'd rather focus on the accessory dwellings, triplexes.
Okay. Councilor Pryor on this, and then we'll probably start moving to the
I
other
don't mind,
forms.
I mean, I like the triplex, I like the corner, the action in the corners, but I also think Denville and East Press area, I think that area is open for this. And if someone happens to amalgamate 2 or 3 lots and want to put in a bunch of those cottages, it'd be nice if they could, because that's a really interesting.
Yeah, we're actually just getting to the cottage
Yeah.
part now. So
Okay,
that's a
so
good
then
segue.
on the, it says triplex on the corner, and then it says minimum parcel size.
It's just the way the figure, I think it carried over on the other page.
So when you're saying triplex on the corner, a 6,000 square foot lot would get a triplex?
Yeah, the intention with the triplex was that it would fit on the existing RS1, RS2 footprint.
Okay. And then what about sidewalks? Can you get the sidewalks out of these people?
Actually, that's in the implications piece. There's a bit of discussion around that, but I think one of the intentions that when we brought these ideas to the staff, that some of the ramifications of allowing this increased density would probably mean that we would want to make sure we get the money for frontage upgrades and DCCs to ensure that we offset some of those costs. So that would be a policy decision to pursue that. So I'm not sure I'm clear on overall, is the duplex essentially that is not a popular idea?
I'm hearing mixed, and I think we're going to...
If I may suggest, as from what I heard, was that council is open to experimenting with different types of densities in these in existing neighborhoods, as long as we're not just blanketing everything with RS2. So maybe in the interim, before we kind of get to a future zoning code, we look at allowing a greater variety in the RS1 zone, but with some limitations around size, so we're not getting these massive homes.
That's an interesting approach, yeah.
So I guess my question though is, if we do that, I guess for me anyway, my intention is that I really would like us to have something that has the simplicity involved, that we're not requiring rezonings every time. So if we can achieve something like that with, some guidelines of some sort that help to, allay concerns that were raised, then I'm okay with that. But I just don't want to lose, I don't want it to be like, oh, well, you have to come back to us for rezoning on your one lot. That's, to me, nobody's going to do that. It's just going to consolidate, so.
But I like the approach, it's been interesting.
Yeah, so do we?
Well, let's go into cottages, because
Sure.
Yeah, we might run out of time, but we'll do a summary before we move on.
Okay, sounds good. Cottages. So another housing form that's often discussed in Missing Middle is cottage clusters or bungalow courts. They're groups of relatively small homes typically oriented around a shared common space, such as a courtyard. So I've drawn some regulations from what I've seen as best practices in other communities. The proposed regulations include a minimum parcel size of just under 1,300 square meters, which is roughly 2 average RS1 lots. And I think this is to your question, Councillor. One unit, the intention is to have one unit, has to have a minimum of 320 square meters, and a minimum of 4 units and a maximum of 10 units on a parcel. So if you work out that math, it means that 2 standard Valley Cliff lots could support 4 cottages. The intention of having a minimum of 4 is so that you create a bit of a community within that area, and a maximum of 10 minimizes the possibility of getting it too large and not having that sense of community. The maximum floor area of each cottage would be 90 square meters or about 1,000 square feet, so it's intended to be small units. Maximum height of 6.7 meters to maintain a scale appropriate to the form and density. It really is, the intention is really to create small dwelling units on a piece of land. In order to make that happen, there's a few other things that need to occur. Reduced setbacks are generally required. Open space requirements of some sort to make that central courtyard. The parking generally needs to be reduced to make it a functional forum, so 1 parking space per unit. And because the intention of cottage clusters in general are to create a sense of scale that, that leads to that sense of community. Oops, I had too far. The idea is to, I think the floodplain wouldn't necessarily be a functional place for these, this housing form, because to reach FCL, you'd have small towers rather than small cottages. Probably need to do some modification to the DPA guidelines to create guidelines that work for this form of housing, and delegation of those DPAs and TPAs would probably be appropriate. Any questions on that? Okay. Now, this may not be totally relevant because limited interest in some of the earlier proposals, but if the idea was if we were going to move forward with the RS2 being applied to a broader area, there was an interest in looking at the floor area ratio. In our current zoning bylaw, the RS1 and RS2 floor area ratios actually increase with larger lots. So it goes from 0.45 on smaller lots to 0.5 on larger lots. And there isn't really a strong planning rationale for that. So the proposal was to amend the max FAR to incentivize missing middle forms. And the idea would be to limit single unit dwellings to a FAR of 0.45. And then if you did a 2-unit or a triplex, that a slightly higher 0.5 FAR would be supported. Another option to try and address how these housing forms fit into the neighborhood would be to look at a limited percentage of floor area on the upper floor to reduce the massing so that they're not quite as boxy. And then a little bit of a discussion around implications of missing middle. As I said, because there are some servicing implications associated with increased density, such as impacts on stormwater management, the need to update servicing master plans if we had substantial uptake of these across the community. Our master plans are based on single unit dwellings across the RS1 areas. And also the fact that there could be high cost to address inadequate fire flows and fire hydrant distribution. So to address those, some of these impacts could be offset if DCCs were collected for secondary suites and accessory dwelling units, and cash in lieu was collected for frontage improvements on duplex and triplex developments. So that's something that came up from discussion with staff. That's the end of that part of missing middle. There is a few things around accessory dwelling units if you'd like me to go into that.
Mayor.
Yeah, one of the missing middle pieces that I was hoping you would address is more that garden apartment or courtyard apartment kind of built form where you have essentially the density of apartments, but it still has the form of a single family neighborhood, so it doesn't feel imposing. Most of our condos and apartments are quite large in massing, 4 stories and above. And how do we get some of that, I guess like the Tantalus one in Dentville and even the one up at Garibaldi Way, Yakulini one. I mean, some of that, 2-3 story apartment focused in, maybe there's 12 units, but it's apartment style, but garden apartment. So did you put any thought into that kind of one?
Yeah, so I think the start here, the starting point was I was trying to come up with stuff that could be implemented, in the next several months. That was kind of the intention. And looking into those items, I think that what I ran into is that I think a number of those kind of pieces, those higher density forms, would probably be better addressed in another strategy like a form-based code, and the complexity of doing that wasn't going to allow it to be done in this time frame. And the other piece was, when I was looking at where this might be implemented, it seems like there are some pockets of RM land out there, because I think it would fit, it would, in the end, to implement something like that into existing RS seemed too far out of character from the RS. That was my feeling, perhaps I'm off, but I felt like it was, that it would be more of a tension to implement something like closer to the townhouse form in the existing RS dwellings across the area. And so my thought was that with the RM land being less widely distributed, it would be a bigger process to create a regulatory structure around that.
Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with that.
Open to suggestions.
So on this one, we still want to allow time for the rest of the items, but I think on the missing middle, I think in contrast to maybe what staff is thinking, I'm actually not hearing a complete rejection of this. Like I think we're kind of split.
Maybe it's good for us.
Yeah, but I'm trying to get a sense, and for councillors who haven't commented specifically about the RS2, how are we, because I've heard, I'm a yes, I've heard another yes, I hear a maybe, I hear no, a no, and then the other two, I don't know. So this is an opportunity, if we want to give a bit clearer direction, and, you know, pass a motion, because I think the point that I'm taking from staff is that essentially, you know, we've tasked staff with putting something together very, very quickly on the missing middle that could be implemented, you know, basically within the next few months. And this is what they've come up with, and what I'm hearing from staff is that likely if we need to go down any other path, that this is not going to be done in that time frame. And so therefore we're making a decision point right now to sort of offer our feedback and stay with the status quo, or instruct staff on specific changes. So trying to just sort of clarify it for everybody so that they sort of know what's on the table, and you know, maybe we need to pull out triplexes, maybe we only want RS2, or do we only want RS2 in some neighborhoods, or how do we want to deal with it? So just to put it out there, we'll go with Councillor Pryor and then Councillor Race.
Yeah, thanks. We've already done a little mini one for Wilson Crescent, and now we're working on another little planning area. And as those unroll, I think we'll get the neighborhood's take on this. I wouldn't want to just do the blanket R2, because there is some areas, you know, go up like Doug Street, you know, he doesn't want duplexes on his street. And
let Councillor Race speak for himself.
Well, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I'm just saying that, you know, there's definitely streets that have single family homes, and there might be an empty lot. I wouldn't want to rezone it for them and have no DP required, no rezoning required. Sure, build your duplex. I wouldn't want to do that. So I'm not in favor of the blanket
I have to get
R2.
a building permit. I have to get a building permit.
Of course, but I'm just saying the development permit, like you wouldn't have to go through a rezone. If we rezone it to R2, you can R2 it.
Yes.
And I wouldn't want to do that to neighborhoods that have one or two empty lots in a really solid single-family neighborhood. I mean, any areas that have back alleys with all these older homes on, yes, absolutely, all this stuff. So, as we're going through all these neighborhood plans like we're doing, that's when I think the dust will settle. So I don't want to do that.
So I'm keeping score here. I have 3 no's. So if we get one more no, we're going to shut this discussion down. Councillor Race.
So I'm a maybe. And I did express concern about a blanket. However, I'm open to putting more density. I like, frankly, the idea of the neighborhood hub and kind of radiate.
It's like a good thing to put in the hub.
Put a pub in the hub and radiate it, but and kind of just be a little bit more sensitive to it. The blanket idea, and I don't want to get hung up in my street, but my street's an example of single family, but the problem is it's got a narrow street. And in the wintertime, you can't even park on one side, otherwise there's room for plow. So there's issues like that that density can bring, and maybe some places are not appropriate for density, corner lots coming into it actually might be appropriate for a triplex. And when you start putting a triplex in place of a single family, it starts to make economic sense to tear down the existing house to put a triplex or a duplex occasionally. So there are possibilities for density. I just think it's just a little bit tricky with existing neighborhoods, but we are thinking in the hub context and where services are, and where the hub would be in the Highlands, I don't want to predict, but I think we get the idea. You can start radiating out, there's transportation corridors and stuff that will be established. That to me is how the missing middle would work.
Okay, Councillor Elliott.
So that's a no.
Yeah, that's a no. It's the, and when I say no, I should preface that to be,
The RS1.
what I mean is, yeah, what I mean is status quo, but looking into the future, just not within the short time frame that we're talking about.
Yeah, so when I think about these zoning changes and the speed at which we want to do them, I really feel like there can't be anything overly controversial in there, because we will get a lot of public pushback. And the whole point of this was to get some important things done quickly. I like the idea of maybe having more allowable uses in the RS1 zone, but I think that would take time to pull together. I'd rather focus on triplexes, the cottage pieces, and keep the discussion going about what we do with RS1 neighborhoods and the best way to transition them to higher density. But I'm not sure that I want to, have another meeting. We've already spent the greater portion of our time, and there's like 17 other amendments we haven't talked about yet.
Yes.
So I feel like I want to leave that one behind and build consensus around all the other ones that we think we can complete before the end version.
Yes, and just to clarify what you are articulating, Councillor Elliott, are you articulating that you are comfortable with triplexes in existing RS2 zones on corners?
Yep.
Okay.
What's
That's what I thought.
proposed, and cottage clusters. I'm
And
okay
cottage
with,
clusters? Okay.
but not the RS1.
And that would be only for existing RS2 zones?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Chair, do you mind if we just recess the meeting?
Yes.
So we don't forget?
The recessed meeting?
And we are now in the special business meeting of the July 3rd. Health and Squalum, Peace, Squamish, Owaomeo. Welcome to the traditional territory of the Squamish Nation. And there's a motion to adopt the open agenda, moved by Councillor Blackman-Wolf, seconded by Councillor Kent. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And a motion to close, moved by Councillor Blackman-Wolf, seconded by Councillor Kent. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. We are in recess.
Okay, we're back in our Community Development Committee meeting on our final item of business. And okay, so I had Councillor Chappelle, and we were, yeah, go ahead.
Thanks. It sounds to me like the consensus is around form-based code, and that picking areas, it seems like it works in a lot of other areas where you have areas and building forms that you set based in different areas and different building form standards in different areas. And instead of saying, based on this size and this setback, it makes more sense to have a more comprehensive form-based code as opposed to restrictions. Again, we've talked about this for a few years as well. I really think that restricting RS2 or restricting based on a land size is really an unequitable way to do it, and favors larger lot size homeowners and not people that may have more modest lot sizes. It does the exact same thing with restricting equity. So moving to it's a longer term project. It's not going to get done this term for sure, but form-based code may be more appropriate for the fact that we have distinct neighborhoods, distinct environmental needs, distinct setback needs, building standards, administration, all of those things would be better set in a form-based code.
Okay, I have Mayor Heintzman, and then I'm going to suggest that I will entertain motions, and if Councillor Elliott in particular, because you brought up a very specific case, if you're looking at moving a motion, Councillor Dudes.
Yeah, I have some questions around the cottage clusters. You get me all messed up when you do the meter squared thing. I think the intention of these is that they're small, like they're 1,500 square foot.
1,000 square foot units. Yeah, intention is.
1,500 square foot units.
Uh,
There's a lot size, but the actual units, I'm trying to, the intention is that they're not as tall, they're smaller.
Yeah, 90 square meters is about 1,000 square meters.
Okay, perfect, okay.
So only in the high.
Thank you. So what does, it says here 1 unit per, 320 meters squared in terms
Yeah.
of the, okay.
So if you take a parcel, like a standard parcel, you could get 2, except that the idea of the cottage cluster is you have at least 4, so it takes a parcel that's about 2 parcels in size.
Okay, and just to clarify, we don't put a garage unit in, like if they wanted to do a garage too, they wouldn't be allowed a garage? Is 90 square meters the whole shooting match?
That's intended to be the GFA, which it would exclude a garage except that because there's a height restriction. And this is me pulling from, what I've read about them. The height restriction is intended to keep the scale down, and because of the height restriction, garages underneath the units would probably become challenging. And so the typical format that seems to work is to have 1 parking stall per unit, and so maybe there's a little lane into the property, some parking that's not garage, just open, and then little cottages.
I think my goal is, the intention is that they're smaller forms, they're more affordable forms, and they don't necessarily have all these options to sort of sprawl out more. Like it's not meant to be large homes in a cluster, they're meant to be small cottages. I just want to make sure the intention is
Absolutely.
What we're gaining by the.
Yeah.
And on that though, couldn't we just simply say that we don't prohibit, like we prohibit garages?
Sure, yeah.
I mean, I don't know how everybody feels about that, but I mean, because to me, if you had garages, even if, I don't know, maybe you wanted to have like a micro suite with a garage on the bottom or whatever, that would take away from the cottage aspect, so I wouldn't even consider that a cottage farm.
That's
So-
the point I was trying to get
Yeah,
at, is
like-
that whatever the regulations we're doing.
How does the rest of, so, I'm seeing a lot of head nods on that one, so maybe just very much, if we are gonna go ahead with this, just prohibit garage, enclosed garages.
Got it.
And I have a list, and was it really on the garage thing?
Yeah, because when I look at that, where would you park a car?
Well,
Is that those flat buildings in the back?
In front of the neighbors.
In this image, if you take a look, there are actual parking spaces adjacent to the unit that's on its own. So you come in on a lane and you pull in to parking spaces at the right-hand end of that lot. So it's surface parking on the parcel on either side of that last unit.
Yeah.
So there's a lane built into the actual property.
Similar to the ones in the
Yeah,
other schools.
okay, so that was just very specific. I'm going back to my list. I have Councillor Chappelle and Councillor Pryor.
So this is only in the highlands because of flood control, or are we building a giant hummock to actually house cottages? Because with flood, the reason we have garages on the ground floor is because of flood construction level.
Yep.
So it would be, and the reason we have a lot of the same form of housing is also because of flood construction level. So in the downtown, there's going to be no cottages, and anywhere down here, there'll be no cottages. But if you wanted to put cottages up top or outside of flood construction level.
That's the intention as I've drafted it at this point. I was trying to honor the kind of, what I hear regularly when I was reading about these, that the scale is important to maintain that feel. Of course, we could say, well, actually, because we want to implement it, if we wanted to implement it in the floodplain, we could say, yes, you put garages below, and then you have mini towers. It's a possibility. It's not the one that I proposed, but it's certainly open to that as an idea. But it would.
But they do have to be high if they're.
If you go in the floodplain, yeah, then you would have to increase the height. It's an option. The one place where you might be able to do this in the floodplain is areas where there's a low differential between, or a small differential between floodplain and the natural grade. So maybe in the Finch area there'd be some possibility to do that. We're considering.
Also, valid, the flood construction level is only 1 meter there. So there is,
Yeah.
but not a lot.
But yeah, in general, in my mind, it was probably more likely to occur in either existing higher areas or new higher areas.
Thank you.
Councillor Pratt.
That was my question too.
Yeah, it's a judgment call.
Yeah.
You know.
Okay.
On
Not
this
in
whole
walkable
subject,
areas.
if someone has an idea that you haven't thought of yet that would work, do we have an opportunity that they could come in and say, hey, why don't we do this?
Absolutely.
And I do hope these end up near your house, this kind of stuff. 'Cause there's a lot of lots out there that are big,
Yeah.
that can handle that.
Okay, so on the housing question, for clarity for staff, I think it's important that we move a motion at this point. I'll move that we accept staff's recommendations on the missing middles on the following. Allowing triplex units in corner lots in existing RS2. And actually meant triplex lots on corner as well as cottage clusters in existing RS2 areas. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councillor Bragg. Any further discussion? Councillor Elliott.
Can you just clarify your motion? So the reference to RS2 was just for the triplexes, and the cottage was just anywhere outside the floodplain.
Oh, actually, no, I had constrained it into the RS2 only.
There,
However,
the report's RS2.
staff?
RS2 would exclude areas like Valley Cliff.
Oh, that's right.
Fairly
Okay.
large lots.
Just because we asked
Yeah.
about flood construction level, and
Yeah.
there are a few places, so
Yeah.
actually,
We'll just do two separate motions then, just to keep it clean. So the first motion is allowing triplexes on corner lots within existing RS2 neighborhoods. And that was seconded by Councillor Pryor. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Okay. And then the second motion is to allow for cottage clusters in all existing RS,
Residential zones?
all existing residential zones.
Would that make sense?
Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Elliott.
In all existing residential zones?
Yeah.
All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
So I think
Yes.
we moved and seconded.
I moved and then seconded by Councillor Elliott. Yes, Councillor Elliott?
nope, that was.
You're good?
Yeah.
Staff, next item.
Did you want to speak to the FAR on the triplexes versus, or there was the FAR one that,
Yeah, that was
45, 0.45 and 0.5 of that.
Okay. Who wants to move the motion on this?
I'll move that.
What is your motion, Councillor Elliott?
I'll move what staff has recommended.
Seconded by Mayor Heinzman.
Except would it include the single-family unit dwelling if or not?
RS2 does allow single unit dwellings.
Oh, yeah, of course, okay.
All right, everybody good? All right. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
Have we done accessory dwelling?
All right, moving on. There's two slight modifications to the regulatory structure for accessory dwelling units proposed. And they're really kind of trying to address some issues that have come up as we've been going through the process of accessory dwelling units. One is that we've had some situations where there's a total area, total GFA allowed for carriage houses, accessory unit over garage, and there's been interest expressed in shrinking the size of the garage to increase the size of the upper story dwelling unit by creating carport. So we just want to limit that by saying the max area of the upstairs, the habitable area max is 70 or 90 square meters based on the energy efficiency. And the second piece was requiring the garages below those structures, the carriage house structures in the backyards, to have vehicle access, because we have applications where the garage is presented, but there is no way to get a car to it. And so, it's staff can have to hold their tongue in those situations, and we'd like to clarify that.
Okay, sounds pretty straightforward. Any questions on that? Councillor Elliott.
I'm fine with those recommendations, but if someone's outside the floodplain, so technically they don't need the garage down below,
Absolutely.
do we still require it, or can they just build an accessory dwelling unit?
Oh yeah, this is specifically when you're doing, well, it's specifically when you're building an accessory dwelling unit above a garage.
Okay.
They're outside the floodplain, you can build it without the garage below. But what happens is people see that opportunity, and then that garage may get converted at a later point.
Yeah, beautiful. Thank you.
Okay?
So on this particular item, any further questions or concerns? Accessory dwelling units, garages? Seeing none, I see moved by Mayor Heinzman, second by Karen. Councillor Elliott. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next.
Right. The next area I want to speak to is the university sub-area. These proposed changes are intended to ensure further developments in line with the sub-area plan. The first proposal is to remove single unit, 2-unit
Open
dwellings.
space requirements, did you want to touch on that?
I actually moved university sub-area
Up.
up because it's a bit meaty and probably somewhat consequential. So the first proposal is to remove single unit and 2-unit dwellings as permitted uses from the UH1 land, any UH1 land that does not have a current subdivision application. The rationale behind this is to ensure that the sub-area plan intent of 66 to 75% multifamily in the university sub-area can be achieved. At present, only 45% of the units that are either built or have the application to be built are multifamily. If all remaining 960 units are built as multifamily, the single unit build would be the single unit build that was currently under application or built would equal 23% of the total, which is a little below the low end of what the sub-area plan has expressed intent for. However, one of the reasons that we think it's probably appropriate to try and make this change at this point, even though we haven't reached 25%, is that the remaining development land, primarily the two areas that you can see, that parcel A and lot 12, which are the main development areas, are constrained by topography and environmental values, and it's possible that at this point, moving forward, it may be challenging to achieve the intended density of multifamily in the area. So that's one of the proposals. Next, a second proposal is to allocate the permitted housing units to specific parcels in the sub-area. The current situation allocates 960 housing units across the entire sub-area plan, including multiple parcels with multiple owners, which creates a competitive zero-sum scenario in the campus area. And to date, the housing allocation that has occurred has been controlled by some private agreements and covenants, which the district isn't a part of. There is a rationale for the district having increased influence over these land use decisions at the university. One, it would allow the district to have more influence over choices on density in the name of what's best for the community. The current situation also doesn't allow for any negotiated discussion around increases in density in specific areas. It's created tension among the landowners up there. It has resulted in some private legal action. And establishing allocations would allow consideration of negotiated increases in density for specific areas as appropriate, without removing development opportunity from other parcels. So the staff proposal is to allocate the unit density based on consideration of the existing agreements as possible. And certainly there's been a lot of work to try and come to consensus with the existing landowners that, however, it may be challenging to engage them and get that consensus. So there are some clues as to direction as to how we can do that allocation, but there will be some challenge potentially with getting consensus on that.
So question on that, the actual total number of units is not going to change, is that correct?
No.
It'll still be the 960.
The intention is that at some point it may actually be worth considering going over 960, but that's something that council should have an opportunity to discuss. Right now, because those units are spread across multiple owners and multiple parcels, anyone who starts using units is potentially taking them away from other lands and creates this tension.
Councillor Pratt.
So because of the topography, are we aware of how much land is unusable?
Haven't gone to that level of detail. There's quite a bit of steep terrain and there are environmental values, but that would require quite a detailed planning process that I know there has been some consideration from development interests, but staff haven't been involved in that.
Yeah, like that lot 12 there, I don't see much going in there.
Yeah, there's accessibility issues there, getting across the ravine. And there's a lot of steep terrain in Russell.
So if they're going, oh, well, we're gonna put single family over here, we've got all this other land to put it in, and oh, look, it won't work. So, I mean, I'm glad you're trying to secure the housing that's supposed to go with the university, you know, that higher density and the store and the church and all those things. I'm really happy you're doing that.
Okay. Great. Councillor Elliott, Mayor Heinzman.
I'm supportive of these changes. I also had a question about whether this is a place where we could kind of do form-based density and then try and see not just townhomes, but a range of different kind of higher density in our missing middle city. Because it's a small area and we can sort of see how it goes, but gosh, I'd like more density up there so we could justify transit expansion in a bigger way.
Councillor Pryor specifically on that.
Just to that, I mean, I think what staff's trying to protect is the higher density stuff. It's the big blocks that aren't getting built and the fancy homes that are getting built. So I mean, I agree with you on
different forms of it, just
different
not all.
forms. I'm happy with that for sure.
Okay. No debate there. Awesome. Mayor Heinzman.
I will move the recommended.
Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Race.
And I agree with, might be using it as a
Any further discussion? Councillor Chappelle.
I've heard from some of the students that there's parking issues up there already, so whatever we do up there needs to include parking for students and visitors, including trailhead issues. There's massive trailhead issues up there, so we need to actually figure something out there. So when he's up area plan, the district has, but I completely agree with this as a way to actually get those changes made.
All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
Moving forward on a couple of other pieces related to the university, the sub-area plan encourages a commercial center. However, the zoning is quite loose and doesn't mandate it. So the proposal is to amend the zoning so that development within an area that the zoning bylaw identifies as a neighborhood commercial development area cannot proceed without including at least the 30,000 square feet of commercial, which is discussed in the sub-area plan.
All right, and just as we're almost running out of time, I'll encourage people only speak up if you have a question or if you oppose it. If you're in favor of it, then just let it be. But I have a question from Councillor Elliott first.
No, I was going to move this. I
Are
think
you
this is
gonna
a
move
no-brainer.
Second.
Okay, moved by Councillor Elliott, second by Councillor Chappelle.
All in favor?
All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay. Next one is related to park space in the university. Staff would like to ensure that land is protected for a significant neighborhood parking potential school site as per the sub-area plan. A parking school site is identified in the sub-area plan as well as in a registered covenant. Unfortunately, the mapping for these two are different. The one on the left is the sub-area plan, the one on the right is the covenant, which does create some challenges. The current UC1 and UH1, which are the two zones, campus and housing, don't reflect these land uses in them. And so staff proposed that this land be rezoned to a zone suitable for development of the park and school to ensure the land is not developed for other uses. It may be that in consideration of development on the northern lot that moving that park may be appropriate, but that would be something that would be nice to have walk down and then be able to negotiate and discuss at a later point. In terms of which of these should be used, there are some considerations and staff are in the process of trying to figure out what is the best approach, but in general the idea is that we feel like they should be rezoned and that there's some complications around what the best approach is.
Okay, moved by Councillor Chappelle, seconded by Mayor Heinzman. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, I have, there are four they're smaller items related to issues there. The zoning for this area has some holes and some gaps. Essentially, there's a lack of some minimum lot sizes, some setbacks, general regulations for student faculty housing, and some mapping errors. And so the proposal is to correct those through amendment.
Any questions or concerns? All right, we'll take all of these as a package. Moved by Mayor Heinzman, seconded by Councillor Race. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, open space. Looking into open space regulations in the zoning bylaw, on this one, staff propose a requirement for 2 square meters per dwelling unit of indoor amenity space in apartment buildings over 20 units. The intention of this is to provide all-weather space for social interactions in our apartment buildings. The regulation is drawn from requirements in lower mainland municipalities. It's not all places that use these, but it's when it's appropriate.
I thought we already had it. I'll move.
And just clarify, this is for across the district, not just the university, so in case there was any confusion there.
Yeah, apologies, switching.
Moved by Mayor Heinzman, seconded by Councillor Elliott. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, this is another sort of housekeeping one. Currently, our open space requirements apply to multi-unit and comprehensive development zones. Staff proposed that this should be changed so that it is applied to land uses. All townhouse and apartment land uses have open space requirements. There are some gaps with the current system. The university multifamily does not have to provide open space. C1 apartments do not have to provide open space, and any new zones would not have to. So outside the downtown area and for commercial properties over 0.5 hectares, we propose that those open space requirements be applied to land uses.
Let's see.
Neighborhood commercial. And the neighborhood commercials that are outside downtown and over 0.5 are highlighted there. So yeah, multifamily there would not include open family at this point. I'm going to move on. We have a couple proposals to support active transportation. One, our Class A bike parking, so that's the protected, secured bike parking in multifamily development. It currently doesn't have a stall size specified for the bicycles, and that has led to some issues with making sure that we have appropriate parking for bikes. So drawing from the City of Vancouver parking stall sizes, we suggest that we implement sizes for those. And then the other piece is for industrial commercial zones, staff proposed that we create a requirement for trip end facilities. And this is essentially a shower, toilet, and wash facility for industrial or commercial buildings that have 4 or more Class A bikes parking spaces required. So that essentially is something that is 1,500 square meters or greater. For context, the district office here is 1,800 square meters, and under the proposed regulation, it would be required to have 1 shower, toilet, and wash facility that would be shared between genders. One person would go and be able to change at a time. And then it would step up to 2 showers, toilets, and wash facilities at a much larger size, 14,500 meters. This is square meters. This is drawn from the City of Vancouver regulatory structure. The only difference is that in Vancouver, they require that there's 1 for each gender at each of these levels. And as we were proposing this as a fairly new concept for Squamish, we thought we would go with 1 at a bit of a less onerous standard.
Questions on that? Councillor Elliott.
As someone who has a long cargo bike,
Those aren't working great.
I just want to make sure that there's at least a few stalls, because there's a lot more families. Like when we got here, we were one of the only families, but now there's quite a few of them that have longer bikes. So there's probably a few in each building that you'll want to make a little bit longer than the standard bike to accommodate them.
Electric bikes as well, plugins.
We'll move that along, and I think what we'll do for the remaining items, including the last 2, is we'll move them all together at the same time unless there is concerns expressed.
There are two new zones proposed. One is an ecological conservation zone. It's intended to apply to all lands designated conservation and ecological reserve in the official community plan. The intention is to include only a limited ranges of uses which are compatible with ecological conservation, so environmental preserve and education area and park. The intention is to apply only to Crown and municipal lands. There are a few privately owned parcels within these lands designated for conservation and ecological reserve, but the intention is not to apply it to those private lands to avoid the complications that would be involved with that.
Councillor Pryor?
Are any of those crown lands that we may be looking at to purchase?
I haven't done that analysis. I could look into it, but because it would be within our jurisdiction to change the zoning if we want to, we would be able to address that. Another new zone is groundwater protection zone. We propose that the zone would apply to the proposed groundwater protection zone that's identified in our Powerhouse Springs Wells Protection Plan. It would exclude a small area that was identified in that plan, which is private land zone CD13 and RS1 at the western end. But the rest of the area, which is Crown land, we propose to create this zone for. The permitted uses would be water supply, field facilities, parks, and forestry, which is regulated by provincial law.
Okay, I think we have some questions here. Councillor Race and Councillor Schwab.
Thank you. When I saw this, the only question I had was, what about the upper Checkham's area, Paradise Valley area, and the aquifer that's apparently up there? Is that something we should also be considering protecting? No debate about this one, but are there additional ones?
Yeah, I have not looked at that, but I can certainly take a look at it. For doing in the short term, this was a fairly easy one because we had a plan that said this is the area that should be proposed, but I will look at Paradise Valley and if there are others to draw on.
Councillor Schwab.
Have we defined detrimental land use?
Well, to be honest, I actually, the intention is to prohibit anything that could be detrimental, but I wasn't identifying those. Really, I was just trying to restrict to things that were specifically in line. But I suppose they would be any uses that could add contaminants into the water sources.
That would be motorbiking, would that be fuel spillage, like that is, we have 9 Mile Road going up there, it's highly used by motorbikes, how does that affect the motorbike?
Yeah, I don't think it would be land uses as, I think
So it's
recreation.
permanent land use, can we add some wording?
Sure, okay, that makes sense, yeah.
So, on that, yeah, I mean, my question is that I understand that, Metro Vancouver has sort of an exclusion zone around their reservoirs, and do you know how this would compare with their regulations? Because I think my understanding is that, like, it's a complete exclusion zone, and people are not allowed to go there for whatever reason, whether it's recreating or whatever, and is something like that realistic in Squamish? And given, like, I haven't been to all of this area, but can you speak to that?
Yeah, so this actually is, to be honest, a fairly limited set of regulations in terms of the long-term protection of this area. Really, the only thing this does is prevent something large moving in that, some permanent land use that in that area could have negative consequences. And the likelihood of that happening is probably fairly low because it is Crown land, but it still provides that security. I think what you're talking about is probably a much broader ban that I don't know that we have the regulatory authority to do. I have not looked into that. And to be honest, the other thing with this is that if we want to make this more robust, one of the pieces that we can add is a development permit area for watershed protection. And that is actually one of the elements that the plan recommends. But this is kind of what can we do in the short term and provide long-term security.
Just to add to that, so this chart here, and the reason we had this already is that we have done an engineering study of groundwater protection. And the difference, of course, is that we're using groundwater. It's underground, and so in cities that have reservoirs, they're much pickier about what happens. We're really looking for, we don't want to have a large fuel spill or chemical spill or something like that. It will percolate down far enough into the aquifer. The recreational uses and that sort of thing on the surface, even mechanized, really aren't a big concern.
Okay, business park open space. Currently, we do not have requirements for open space with business park land uses. With increasing business activity in the area, staff proposed adding a requirement in support of the health and wellness of employees. The staff proposal is 1.8 square meters per 90 square meters of GFA of landscape usable open space for the I1, I8, I9, and C9 parcels over 1.5 hectares within the business park. And I've identified what parcels those would be. This supports policy that is in the original business park sub-area plan. And I wanted to provide just a little bit of context there's a diagram in the staff report of the Sea to Sky Business Park, the Solterra development there. And if you do that calculation, the 1.8 square meters per 90 square meters, it would equate to 224 square meters or 0.6% of the site area. So it's a fairly limited requirement, but does provide somewhere for an employee on a nice day to go and have lunch or something to that effect. Okay, moving along. Business park intensification. This is one that had come up to consider increased building heights in the I-1, I-4, I-8, I-9 area. And so staff considered options for that. The option that was considered was going from 3 stories to 4 stories in the business park for height. There are some challenges associated with it and that probably warrant a bit more careful consideration. And they really revolve around what would be that appropriate land use on the 4th story. The intention of that area is, of the industrial zones is to have light industrial, but from the research that I've been able to do, the likelihood of having multi-level industrial, the feasibility isn't super high. And so alternatively, uses that might wind up on that 4th story would probably be more commercial in nature. And when you have commercial and industrial mixing in buildings, there are some challenges that can occur. These relate to fire code requirements for the separation between commercial and industrial uses and parking requirements, and those things aren't always aware as the tenure is not clear when the development application is coming forward. And so this reason, it's not uncommon to direct commercial towards specific areas. And so I think the concern with going to the 4th story broadly in the business park is that without specifically identifying areas that we're preserving for light industrial use, more areas could become commercialized and we may further degrade what is available for light industrial. So given that, the proposal that staff's making at this point is to limit that increased height to the I-9 zone, which is a commercialized area of the light industrial zone as a trial, and to see if there's uptake on that height. But as I said, open to input from council because I see some questioning looks.
Yes, you have questions. Mayor Heinzman.
I'm not sure we need to do it for an additional story. But for example, I know that they needed a variance to get the climbing gym. So I think for specific uses, I don't want to create a cumbersome bureaucratic process, but if you have a specific use, indoor house manufacturing, whatever it is, maybe we add a height, but we're not adding another story.
Right.
At this point. I don't really agree with just doing it on the 1 I-9. If they want to increase the height, they can come ask to increase the height.
Councillor Elliott.
I agree with staff's approach here, and I don't even need to see it on I-9. I think we want to keep prices low. I don't think we should be adding density. I think this should be a place where people can try and find reasonable light industrial rents. And so I think if people need a variance, they can come to council for that.
Having looked at employment and being a go-to for people to try and find space, there's no reasonable rents in this area anymore. It's been obfuscated by other uses already, and what we need to do is encourage employment, and it doesn't matter what the zoning is. The people that need jobs and employment are going to be able to find a place. And increasing height in one area, it'd be really interesting to see what we get. We've already, that ship has sailed. There's already, I can't remember the name of the building, right across from Rona. It's already zoned C4, or for,
C-Link.
yeah, exactly, for commercial activities. and it didn't work as an industrial building. We zoned it for industrial use, and it absolutely filled up with commercial uses because nobody could find other places to put their, and it was studios and sound designers, and that could be also considered industrial uses, but we consider it commercial use because of our zoning. So I think anything you can do to add density for employment is valuable to our public. And right now, those pop-up cement buildings are, they just use an immense amount of heat. Most people don't use the second story. And in the majority of cases, they're not being used for what they're good for. They're actually being used for commercial spaces. There are some manufacturing spaces, and that's great. And we've got lots of those pop-up cement buildings. So I'd like to give some room for other things. So I totally agree with that, appropriately trying the 4-story thing and seeing what happens.
Yeah.
And just in response to that, I think one approach that the OCP, one of the things we identified is that it would be good to look at the business park and see if there are areas where we can preserve the I-1 true nature, and then a broader area where more commercialized uses could be appropriate, and perhaps something like this would apply well to that larger area, but it would be great to protect the I-1 areas that we want to have, and so that probably takes some groundwork before we can go more broad.
That's right.
Well, if they're not using the second floor of a 2-story building, why go 4? But the I-9 there?
It's just ending, it's not 2 stories. It's just
The
big
I-9
business.
is where we got that big light going in?
The tower.
And the dairy.
The water tank.
If you gave them another floor, it might hide that. But I was thinking, I don't see adding a 4-story, I mean, like everybody said, if somebody wants an extra height, a variance worked the last time, it would work again. And, there is 1, 2, 3 more industrial complexes coming, probably another 30 more little warehouses, maybe 40 more little warehouses, just about under construction coming. So, it's not like there's not space out there, there's more coming. Lots of construction going on out there.
As far as I'm concerned, I think that, whatever we can do to actually make some of that space available, I'm assuming that probably on a 4th floor in this area, like, you're not really gonna get retail or anything like that. I think my understanding was that we're kind of going for if there's sort of just, some unnatural prohibitions on adding that extra space, that we kind of get rid of that. So, I mean, if putting it only on I-9 is sort of compromise, I'm fine with that. So, I think that's all I have to say. Mayor Hanson?
Yeah, I'm going to recommend that we don't, I'll put the motion forward that we don't include 4th story in the business park.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Elliott.
But to Jason's point, I mean, that one I-9, we have made a restaurant in there, there's, that little one area that we have changed at office and all that kind of stuff. So if it was going to go anywhere, that would be where to put it. I don't care if it goes in there for office.
Okay, so speaking on that.
I think we have to be very careful about, I agree it's expensive in there already, but if we start adding too much density in that area, we will absolutely increase assessment values, and absolutely prices will continue to go up, and I think we've already jeopardized that type of employment base already through, it started when the hotel went in. And so I think we really have to be cognizant that actually increasing density will increase prices, will land prices, values there, and will increase rents, and will price people out of this area.
Councillor Elliott.
I'm happy to support this motion. I think staff's comment that, there's a larger updated planning process for the business park makes sense. And then we can sort of make a conscious decision then. But I agree with the mayor. I think it will make things worse, not better. I think we've also approved some new, more functional space in the mud zones, both downtown, commercial space at waterfront landing. There's, you know, we're changing the zoning for the big 30,000 square foot one up at the university. So I think there's new opportunities coming on board, and I'm happy to just leave what we've got.
Councillor Schwab.
Thanks. Might be good to check into the rates in the business park right now. They're over $24 a square foot, and the rates are more expensive than downtown properties currently. And this is with the I-9 and I-8 zoning. So to think that it's going to remain affordable, that ship has sailed. It's no longer affordable. So to think that it is, I'm sorry, I have a floor. I should appreciate staff looking into the rates and maybe updating council on what the going rate in the business park is, because this council doesn't seem to understand the affordability of the industrial land in there right now. It's quite expensive. It's all being developed by one company right now. So.
Okay, so we got a response here, and then after that, if we don't have anything new to add, I think we're going to call the question, because I think we're getting very close here.
Yeah, I mean, Councillor Chappelle's statements were blatantly untrue. This, I think everyone at the table has said it's already expensive. We know it's already expensive. Densifying it will make it even more expensive. No one's saying it's affordable today.
I'll respond to that. The smaller units would make it more affordable. It'd be amazing to have smaller units and ones that were actually, and can you?
One at a time, please.
Ones that were actually smaller and more energy efficient because they weren't ceiling to floor cement blocks that were just being dense, that were only using one floor but having to heat 2 floors makes it unaffordable. And also energy inefficient, and against principles that we've laid out for energy efficiency in our principles of council.
And so I'll just speak on it as well as I'm going to oppose a motion. Like I said, I was in favor of what staff was recommending as sort of a compromise. To me, with the commercial space, especially when you add it to higher stories and just make it a possibility, quite often that makes better room for diversity of uses at different price points, because you know your price point on your main floor is a lot different than your 4th floor, and also the types of uses that you use. You probably wouldn't want a climbing gym on the 4th floor, right? You want it on the lower floor. So, you know, something to consider. And if there's no more comments, do you have comments?
Brief.
Yes.
Supporting the motion because I think we're fine just adding variances. One of the unintended consequences of putting another floor in the I-9 area is, and we've seen it in Cleveland Avenue, when the land value goes up in the assessment. And so the taxes will just go up just because of that factor alone, even though it's not built. So I don't think we need it right now, and I'm going to support the motion.
Councillor Pryor.
Yeah, well, I mean, 4 floors, think about it. I mean, most of those warehouses in there are a warehouse. Right, so they got a 20-foot ceiling in there, and it goes, oh, good, I can pile all my insulation up to the 20-foot ceiling, and you're going to go 2 floors above that? I mean, anyway, I'm supporting the motion because it just doesn't make sense.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Kent, Chappelle, and Blackman Wolf opposed. Motion carries. Okay, so we have only
Last year.
energy efficiency.
Yeah, last year.
And then I think just to give everybody a heads up, I think we have one more item that we're going to add potentially.
Yeah, I just want to bring something.
Anyway.
Energy efficiency, this is kind of a fairly minor one, but currently the way that GFA is calculated creates a bit of a disincentive for adding thicker walls because you measure GFA to the exterior of the wall system. So the proposal is to exclude wall thickness beyond 150 millimeters or 6 inches so that there is not a disincentive to build better insulated buildings. And then the last one is just some really basic housekeeping stuff, synchronizing thermal energy system use with neighborhood energy system definitions, which is just a gap where speaking different languages within the zoning bylaw, and to synchronize the definition of habitable area in the zoning bylaw to match the floodplain bylaw, management bylaw of habitable space. The current zoning bylaw definition provides some vagueness that building finds challenging to implement at times, and the habitable space definition from floodplain management bylaw is easier to understand, easier to apply, and so we want to link those.
Move all that.
So that is the energy efficiency and the housekeeping. Does anyone have any questions or concerns? All right, all those in favor?
Second?
Oh, seconded by Councillor Elliott. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And we did leave a couple of items earlier on that were not covered, so just to make that clear on the record, we had, was it the active transportation as well as the new zones or open space requirements?
Yes.
Okay, so everybody remembers what that was? That was moved by Mayor Heinzman, seconded by Councillor Elliott. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Mayor Heinzman.
Yeah, one thing I was hoping we would be able to consider in this new zoning bylaw is embedding housing as a human right into our residential zones, so that a home for people with disabilities doesn't have to go through rezoning, or, for example, the Home Instead project wouldn't have had to go through rezoning. Residential uses are residential uses. And so being able to embed those in residential uses, so it's not about, public hearings aren't about choosing your neighbor, it's simply, if it's a residential use, it's a residential use.
So, well, my thought on that though would be, wouldn't we just add those uses to the
Residential zone, that's
to the
my-
zoning schedule? Yeah.
That's my suggestion.
Is that what we're talking about? Okay, staff?
Yes, I think we would have to tweak some of the other definitions. I think in the past, there's some uses have been defined specifically, and so they're only allowed as per rezoning, but I think we could align those definitions with a residential use definition.
And maybe we should have clarification. Is there anything that you would exclude from that, or is it for all schedule? Because
If it's for housing, it should be allowed in all residential.
So,
staff clear about that?
yeah, so any.
If there's not, if they're not rezoning from RS1, that's, going from RS1 to RS2, that's a residential housing form use, but the actual function of it is in all zones, all residential zones.
So, Councillor Riggs.
So what does that mean? Somebody can do what with an existing single-family home that they can't do today, for example?
Councillor Elliott might want to jump in if Mayor Hanson does.
I could,
Mayor Hanson.
sure, like for example, just as an example, the under one roof. If it was going into an existing RM3 zone, it wouldn't have to get a rezoning to have it be a use. Because it's housing. So for example.
Oh, I see, okay.
Now, if there was an RS1 zone and they wanted to make it RM3 zone, then you're changing the housing
Yeah.
form, but you're not essentially making a judgment on who's living.
No, I appreciate that. I was more concerned by doing that, you're actually changing basically the use.
No.
Because of going from single family, for example, to a multi-family.
Sorry, the use could change, the housing form could not.
Mhm.
The use could be care facility, it could be group home, it could be
Yeah.
any of those uses,
Exactly.
but the form, the density, single family RS2,
Right.
or those would stay the same. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Apologies for not having that on this one. We'll get that when we come back.
Okay. All right. So we'll look forward to seeing that. I'll entertain a motion to terminate this meeting. Moved by Councillor Elliott, seconded by Councillor Race. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.